Thank you. Okay, good morning. Once again, we'll call the meeting to order. And beginning, we'll do a bit of a recap from the last meeting where we able to get some things done. One, the TA agreements. We TA'd several items. Won't name which ones right now, but we did that. We went over definitions, some more definitions. And then we had a presentation by the city of a financial plan. Today, basically, we'd like to confirm that the meeting is due to last till 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. And then we'll reconvene tomorrow. Tomorrow's meeting from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Is that what's we think's going to happen? Okay. All right. So we'll start out this morning. We can continue discussing some definitions. We had some definitions that were still out there. We can start at that point and we'll go from there.
We proposed definitions in response to the union's definitions. I believe that we tentatively agreed on a few of the definitions, one being union business. One being union business. And I believe there was another one.
Management rights, I believe.
Management rights was also agreed to as well. So I will put those in green just so we can know that those are good to go.
Sure.
give us 5 minutes while we get the right document on screen. want to make sure we get the correct document on screen, so we're getting it done and corrected to get up there.
I apologize, for whatever reason, the file didn't save. So this should be the document that we presented last time. The ones in green are the ones that we highlighted, or I guess tentatively agreed to as a part of those TAs. And then, I'm sorry, workday should not be included. And then the one in yellow, I guess, was just when we had felt warranted more discussion, but that should also be a part of your document. It just won't be highlighted. So I guess we can start at the top and just work through it. If there's no objections, we can cross them out as we go.
If you want to give me just 1 second, we can go ahead and counter that. We don't need to go through all of them.
Do we have a document that we can put on screen?
No, it's going to be pretty simple. So where we stand right now is that we feel like we've defined the words that we felt needed to be defined. At this time, we're not interested in discussing any more definitions. We feel like union business was a big one that needed to be done, and the management rights was the biggest one that needed to be done. In other words, we'd just like to move forward from there.
So the document does have other, I guess, terms such as business days, calendar days, that are referenced that I feel like are important to go forward. I can see how some of the other definitions could be repetitive or redundant, but I do feel like it's a necessity for us to get clear on those wording, specifically because it does affect other parts of the contract.
All right, at this time, we're not wanting to discuss any of those this time. We'd just like to move forward today.
Move forward with that. That was one of the items on the agenda, was to discuss depositions. So if we're not going to discuss definitions, it's really hard to move forward with that, specifically because a lot of those will touch on some of the remaining articles. So if you're saying you want to go through the remaining articles and then refer back to the definitions, I think that's optional, but I don't think that there's a way to move forward until we have an agreed upon definition block.
Well, we're going to be interested in talking about wages today and the incentives. We feel like since we've only got 2 days right now before our next negotiation that's going to be set later on, possibly next year, that it's important for us to get through some of these big issues. We can always come back to definitions later, or if one arises between now and the end of the day, we could try to address it if there's some confusion on a word. But at this time, we just want to move to the next topic.
Well, that's good, but if there's something we need to communicate, we can certainly communicate that. If there's something you'd like to communicate, you're right, we can communicate to them. They don't have to reply or respond.
So I guess if there's not going to be a counter to the definitions, again, we can move forward, but the city did present the ones that we felt like were necessary. So if there's questions, I guess, on the construction, which I'm hearing that there's no need for discussion on them, then that's fine. But I just think that needs to be clear until we have an agreed upon definition block, then we really won't have a complete contract.
Okay, understood. So there's some things you'd like to discuss on wages?
Yes, just wanted to go through your presentation from last meeting and try to get some of this worked out. So if you want to, I think the best place to start is on the pension contributions. Those keep coming up in the as part of the wage increases. And just so we can try to move forward away from that, our position is that we're not the pension board. We're the union executive board. We're the bargaining team for the bargaining unit. And we're not going to discuss any changes to the pension in here. So if there's anything that's needed for the pension, that would be between the city and the pension board and the actuary to work that out.
So is that a change from the past? Because those terms were identified in the contract of what the city was going to contribute to the pension board.
Yes,
in the last contract.
Yes, sir, yeah. Those contributions are in the contract, but those changes to those contributions came from the pension board and a vote by the pension fund membership. So we didn't necessarily specifically negotiate those contributions. To my understanding, in this setting, it came from the pension board. And just opinion-wise, being a third party to the pension board, we don't see there being any need in an increase in contributions on our side or your side. But that's not for us to decide anyway. Again, that would be a conversation for the city and the pension board to have, and then bring back whatever comes from the pension board.
Yeah, well, we want to clearly identify what goes into the pension and what the city is willing to contribute to the pension. The pension is just as important to the city as it is to the pension board and the union. When we're looked at and we're audited, and looked at our financial well-being, that pension is a crucial part of our financial well-being. And so if we get that pension is not in a favorable position, it's a detriment to the city's audit and financial standing. So it's important to our well-being that we make sure that pension's healthy and solvent. So that's what we're doing here. We want to make sure that pension is in a good position for when the city's financial position is in a good position.
And to that extent, even though we recognize that the pension board is a separate entity, we also understand that the recognition clause doesn't empower you to negotiate those terms just because it does represent your members. No one else can argue or negotiate on behalf of your membership, and the pension is a part of that as well, even though, again, we recognize it as a separate entity. In the past, what has happened is the pension board has submitted their request to the union, and the union has presented that request on behalf of its members, not necessarily the pension board, but on behalf of its members as a recommendation from the pension board to the body to be considered. So to say that we can negotiate that aside and separate and apart is inaccurate. We can't negotiate with your members because the members of the pension board are also members of the union as well. And so if you're saying that you don't feel like it's necessary and you want to counter by saying you want to have that removed, I think that that's fine. But you have to know that the pension also has submitted requests to the city for additional compensation in different avenues.
So that's not correct. We don't have the authority to bargain on behalf of the pension. The numbers that are in our contract came from an actuarial study and the pension board agreeing to that. The pension board brings those numbers to the membership. If my memory serves me correct, the numbers that are in our pension right now, after we made an amendment 2 years ago, are in there based off of what the actuary recommended, and that the actuary gave you guys a packet, and we are following or trying to follow that packet and that recommendation from the actuary. Again, this is not
I'll remind you that
something for us to discuss, that this has to be handled between the city and the pension board.
that's incorrect. That packet was presented in a joint meeting between the pension board, the members of the union were private, as well as the city. In the past, a recommendation by the pension board was presented from the union to the city in negotiation proceedings. In the past, the city has not engaged in independent side conversations with the pension. The actuary has presented presentations to council, but those meetings were posted in public and available for everyone to attend, but we have not engaged in side bargaining. So if you're changing it and you want to relinquish some of your authority, then we need to revisit the recognition clause.
Just one more comment on it. We can move forward. The city manager and the city and the mayor have seats on that board. That's how that comes in. That's how the city is involved in that fund, not Local 399. Local 399 officers do not have seats on that board, and we just stand where we are now and just prefer to just move forward.
That's an inaccurate statement.
Yeah, yes.
You do. Your pension president is also on your union board.
So that's where some confusion can come in on your part. He's elected as an elected official to our union board, and in a separate election, he is also elected to the pension board. As I said, we could just move forward.
I'm just telling you, but you can't put inaccurate information out there and think that you're just going to skate by it. if you want to change how the practice has been and how we've done it in the past, and again, we need to revisit the recognition clause so that it's clear. So when a different elected body for the union comes along and wants to revert back to how it's been in the past and wants to argue that the recognition clause doesn't allow that, that there's not a misunderstanding and a confusion on that part. And I'll direct your attention to the last meeting we had in April, where again, it was a posted meeting with council and the pension board. It was said, we'll discuss this in the negotiations. So if that's no longer how we're going to handle it, then I think it needs to be clear and we need to address that in the recognitions part of the contract.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what he was saying about the pension board chairman having dual roles, both being elected. However, I think if you want a clarification on the pension, again, we're not the pension board. We don't know all the details of it. I think it'd be better to hear it from your CFO and the pension board chairman, who are both in the room, and they can speak on what's needed, because it's our understanding that contributions aren't part of the package that continues to work the pension towards being funded properly. So again, that's why we're not specifically negotiating these details of the pension and why they come from the pension board, because we're two different entities. We're not familiar with those details. So if you want to hear from them so that we could try to move forward and agree to move away from the pension so we can talk about the other items, and I think that would probably be helpful.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the city manager has an appointment to the board, pension board. Yeah, the city manager, let's be clear, the city manager does not have an
And that's
appointment.
a,
I
that's a,
stand
that's a
correct. I stand
requirement.
corrected. I
Okay.
just, there are two city positions on that board.
Again, my apologies. That proves what I'm saying. We're not pension board members. We're here to do this job, not that one. And that's why I think it would be better if you guys could just hear from them on what's needed for the pension, because they may give you the information that you need to feel better about the pension, and we can move on away from the contribution discussion. I just don't want to get hung up talking about something that we're.
And not only either, but I have access to our chief financial officer every day, so I can have that conversation at other times. So I don't think we need to waste our time with that today. We've been orientated on the status of the pension. We get the same actuary reports that you get. And based upon those reports, things have improved for the pension. But again, it's to our benefit and the well-being of the city that we improve the status of that pension. Now we can quibble on how that's done, whether we do it here or whether we move the money we're offering you today to somewhere else and do it that way. We can do it that way, but we're going to make sure that we address what we want to with the pension.
Do you want to move on to the next item?
Yes.
Okay. So moving into the certification, specifically the EMS certification incentives, I think that we're in agreement with your numbers there. 400, 225, and 150. We propose a change in the designations used there. Again, this goes back to using designations that are created internally versus using designations that the state uses that are going to be consistent and stay in place. So we would propose leaving all the numbers the same, but changing E3 to advanced EMT and E2 to ECA/EMT. And I'll give you a short justification on those two, and then we can discuss it if you'd like. E3 changing to advanced EMT. The reasoning there being that an E3 at that credentialing level is, whether it's an EMT or an advanced EMT, is working at almost a paramedic level. And we don't have to get into the specifics of that, but that if you take an EMT and have them working at that high of a level, they're working way outside of any certification courses that they've been through. I think that puts an undue liability on that person. At least if they go through an advanced EMT course that's recognized by the state of Texas and they pass the testing that's needed to get that certification, then they've received a more in-depth education that would prepare them and give them the additional tools to be able to use that internal training to work to that level in the protocols. I just think that it's a safer option for the provider and for the patient that's on the other end of that patient care. As far as the ECA's EMT change from the E2, again, that's using state designated certifications. And the reason that we bring in ECA and EMT on that is that it's our understanding, and if there's a different plan, then maybe we can clarify that, but it's our understanding that everybody in the department, as of a couple of weeks ago, is planning to be trained to that credentialing level. So if everybody's going to be trained to that level, then it just makes sense to use those designations. Aside from that, we're good with the numbers in those respective places. So it would be paramedic 400, advanced EMT 225, and ECA EMT at 150.
With the understanding that they would have to go through the credentialing process?
Yes.
So is the change just for, I guess, so it can match the state level, but we're not arguing over whether or not the individuals will have to be credentialed under the NEPI program and work under the accordance of Dr. Cavaspar's instructions?
Yes, if I'm understanding you right, we're okay with, like it says at the top, for a credentialed paramedic, credentialed E2. It's just changing those designations. However, you bring that up, again, going back to our, I don't know how many meetings ago that was, when we discussed the credentialing, that process, so far, at least since it's been used in our department, has not been very quick. So the only issue with hinging this incentive pay on whether they're credentialed or not is that we don't have any idea how long that's going to take. So if we agree to this, then we're potentially agreeing to a benefit that, it could take a year to get credentialed. It could take 2 years to get credentialed. We don't have, there's no guarantee there, if that makes sense.
I think the flip side of that is if they're not credentialed to work at that level, then the city doesn't get the benefit of the advanced certification. So we're
I understand.
I think the goal was to try to recognize the value of some of those higher certifications, which is why the city, I think, bumped up considerably from the initial proposal that we made. But with the caveat that the citizens are getting the benefit of that additional certification, which doesn't happen if they're not credentialed to work at that level for the city.
Right.
So I'll just bring back up, and I have it in my notes, but it's not going to show on the screen. It doesn't reflect the updated proposal. So these amounts would be obviously adjusted based on the conversation that we're having. But this was the language that the city proposed. And in my notes, it said that you wanted to add that a training that it would be done through, all training would be done through the training department. And I guess the conversation that we had post that was, how is the training handled currently? And I think you said that it is done through the training department, but it is just not done timely.
Well, that there's a level of complication there because the EMS training, by and large, is being handled by our civilian EMS personnel. So our civilian clinical coordinator is the one that's in charge of that EMS training. Our fire department training division is still separate from that training department, division, however you want to classify that. So the training through that route has taken quite a bit longer in the past, it was our point. So having some sort of other oversight over that maybe can help that. I guess that was our point in making that change or proposing that change.
Okay.
Or we can just put a time limit on it and say within 6 months of.
I guess that goes back to what we talked about at the last meeting, was that kind of really just kind of dulls more into like a policy issue. So if you wanted to create a training policy, again, that's something that y'all can do internally. My concern was if we're saying that you're fine with that language, I don't want to get too much into department business and just being careful not to add something in the contract that wouldn't be sustainable for whatever reason, right? If we're trying to push 40 people through, but their schedule doesn't match, like whose fault is that? Does that fall on the city that we couldn't accommodate someone's schedule for medical reasons, or does that fall on the union for that person having that emergency and not being able to complete their training? Once it's in there, like everybody has to kind of own up to their side of it. So I think y'all have a training policy. I don't know like how in depth it goes as to timelines and schedule, but that seems like a organizational issue, that there's a backup in the pipeline. So I don't want to get too bogged down on that, but I do understand and recognize that there's obviously two different tracks and the concern about that. I just don't know how you memorialize that in a contract without getting stuck.
I agree with you. I don't know how to word that either, but I think that, could we agree that that's a legitimate concern?
I agree that could be an issue, that tying a benefit that might not be recognized based on a number of different factors is an issue. I do also think that that's kind of one of the benefits, or one of the things that we propose, going back to the meetings that were had with the union president and the fire chief and the manager, about having some continual committee that's ongoing to address some of these policy issues doing the merger. And so that may be something that y'all, again, consider if you agree to the operational guidelines committee, that's something that y'all want to initially tackle, is making sure that some of these issues that are directly tied to benefits are realized quicker with a more efficient policy.
The chief has a couple of observations on this that might help the both of us. So Chief, if you come forward.
The current credentials are approved through DISH, and they're approved by the medical director, then submitted to the state for approval, the E2, E3. That's how that came about. The EMT, advanced, and paramedics are the patches that you get in order to perform emergency medical care within the city. The individual departments submit their protocols to the state for approval. And that's how we get the E1, E2, E3, and the P1.
I think an option to that would be for us to just kind of caveat them, just kind of say what the E2, E3, P1 encompasses. We can put them in parentheses if you like. The E2 would be what you said, and then in parentheses we could put E2. E3 could be the advanced. In parentheses we could put E3, paramedic. In parentheses P1. just because the language in the contract does require them to be credentialed, so they would still have to go through that NetP program. So if we kind of combine the language that you said and then put it in the parentheses, it recognizes that they're being credentialed up to that level, and it'll identify the pay that they're opted to have. I think the bigger overarching thing that we have to agree on is how we want to settle the concern you have about the training and the timeline. Maybe not in this language, but if you're saying that you agree that that could be something that could be handled in a policy, then that's something that y'all can work on separate and apart from this negotiation.
And I'll just add, because I know we're going to be probably talking about comp cities and stuff. It's pretty standard in a CBA that the incentive for things like the EMT or paramedic, advanced EMT, are given once the person can operate under the medical director's license. Otherwise, it's the city, again, is paying for something that the citizens are not receiving a benefit for. So I think that what we proposed in the language is consistent with other collective bargaining agreements that provide this incentive. I think in terms of dollars, our proposal is very competitive, but I think the requirement that they are able to operate under the medical director is standard and is not something that we can agree to not have in there.
I think we're pretty close on this. If you just want to give us a chance to talk about it
Yeah.
later on at our caucus, and we'll circle back to it.
So before I think because we're talking about all pay, I guess we should have started with, at the beginning, there's like 4 articles that deal with additional money. Can we agree to just kind of create one article as additional pay and subsect those articles out so that we don't have 4 separate articles? So it will just be article whatever, additional pay, and then underneath that, it'll be education pay, incentive pay, certification
Right,
pay.
yeah, I think we've already unspokenly, I guess, agreed on combining that educational incentive and education. If we want to keep combining,
Yeah,
I think it's
we just,
fine.
I think
The
we're proposing
content's
just to
what
do-
matters on that.
Yeah, I think you're just proposing to do one article, entitle it additional pay, and then just kind of break those different ones out. Section 1, education pay, section 2, however we need to go.
Sure.
However we want to call it.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of put that out there, so if there was conversation on it. So that was certification pay. You want to move on to the next one?
Yes. So something that we brought up before, I think we'll bring it up again and see if you guys have moved on that at all. We discussed, I think, in our first proposal, we proposed the ambulance assignment pay. There was some confusion on whether that had to do with the litigation. And I just want to come back to that and clarify that that has to do with anybody in the bargaining unit that's working on an ambulance. So it doesn't tie in anything that has to do with that. So if we want to reapproach that, or if you guys just were kind of turning that down and wanting to move on.
I'll just say, I talked to the union's counsel in the litigation that has to do with firefighters and driving the ambulances and the EMTs. And they specifically said they were going to talk to your group about not raising that in bargaining so that there's no overlap. So I that's really all I feel comfortable saying, because I agreed that we were not going to broach that topic or have those conversations without them here.
I understand. They did bring it up to me to not bring up anything that's under litigation right now. Our standing is that this has nothing to do with it. This has something to do with no matter what grade you are, whether you're a driver, whether you're a grade 1, whether you're a grade 3 or 4, that if the city, the fire chief assigns any civil service employees to an ambulance, that person would receive $50 a shift. It has nothing to do with any civilian personnel. It doesn't have anything to do with anything that's under litigation. I don't need our attorneys to be in here to say that. I'm the president of this organization. I am the bargaining agent for
So
for the firefighters, and I just want to make that clear. We can talk about it like Cody said. We don't have to. We just want to readdress it, reassure everyone that we don't feel like that has any impact on the litigation, and we can move forward if you guys don't agree.
Yeah, with all due respect, so it's not an attack on your ability to negotiate. What happens in that regard is, without your attorney present, we as lawyers can't talk to you about something that they believe connects. So even though if y'all have a difference of opinion on that, they expressed to us that they thought that it was. So in order for us to be comfortable, because we have a different obligation under the law, in order for us to be comfortable and not to be dissuaded, we would need something in writing from your lawyers to say that that specific topic they've discussed with you and they are comfortable with you discussing that without your attorney present. So it's not an attack on your ability to discuss that without them. It's really more because we have an ethical obligation that your attorneys could then file criminal charges against us for not abiding by our ethical obligations. So the conversation that we had with them is obviously a little bit different from what they had with you in our interpretation. So in order to, I guess, eliminate any of that ambiguity, we would need some form of written statement specifically saying that they've discussed these items with you and they're comfortable with you discussing them with us without them present. So we can table that until we can get that, and then we can kind of circle back at a different time, if that's
fine.
okay.
That's fine with me.
Okay. The next one we have was incentive pay. I don't know if you want to touch on that one. I'm just going through the remaining articles that deal with pay at this point. Or do you want to go to education?
I was just going to jump into the wages, but we can,
I just kind of wanted, we were already on this path, but
Okay.
I'm following your lead. There wasn't a big change to this one other than to add that the chief shall have the right to eliminate and create teams with the city manager's approval. My notes say that the last time we had this discussion, it was, you wanted to know what teams specifically were being reduced because that dealt with a member benefit. And so I can tell you, after discussions with the fire chief, he is proposing at this time to eliminate the ALS team. And that's with the understanding that the credentialing process would kind of make that a moot issue.
Right.
He didn't discuss any additional teams, just that one in particular.
yeah, we noticed the strike through of the ALS team language. We're not necessarily in disagreement with that, so that's fine. Our biggest issue with just the way that that's worded is, I think we propose to take out eliminate or, just because once we get into the agreement, then we've negotiated based on what's in place. So if you leave eliminate, then he can do away with any of the other teams in between contract negotiations. So we would just, we're good with doing away with the ALS team. That language is already stricken from that article. I think that it's a good addition to put the fire chief shall have the right to create teams with the city manager's approval. Because that, again, I don't know that it wasn't already that way, but that would open the door for if there was another team that wanted to be created in between agreements, we're good with that. But eliminating teams and taking those benefits away in between agreements, I don't think we're going to move forward with that.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's just the elimination of the team, but we're fine with the removal of the ALS team. We just want to take this part out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll discuss that and circle back.
Okay.
And then the last one, there was two. There was an educational incentive pay and education pay. Let me see if I can. So I think that this one was the increase to 5. Yeah, this one was the union's proposal to receive a $500 additional incentive. And then this one, we just included it in the same, but we included it, we basically merged the two already in our proposal.
Yes.
So it has the original language, no additional changes. I know that in the city's presentation, there was a concern that we'd included too many numbers for the fire technology and how that, for the associate degree, I think we identified that there were approximately 9 individuals in the department that currently have that certification. And I think in the presentation, I think it listed maybe 17. So it was a total of just 9. We included everyone who had an associate's degree in the presentation. To correct that, it would be a total of 9. But we're still recommending that we stay with the one-time $500 payment and make no additional increases.
So is that 9 specific to fire technology or job-related fields? Because
I think it was 9. I think when we did the original, the 9 was those who have fire technology. I think when we did the original presentation, it was based on the total number of associate degrees, fire technology, and those related to that field.
Okay, so 27 in the proposal or in the presentation was all job-related fields. Like, so if somebody has an associate degree in some other field that doesn't have anything to do with the fire service, that's not included in that 27?
We can do a specific audit, but like I said, the total number of just fire technology degrees, per the contract, the total number of that was 9, and the total number of people who just had associate degrees was 27.
Okay.
So we can do an audit to determine like what the other, I don't do math, but what the other 20 plus people have.
Right, yeah. I think where we sit on that is we would come down to 100 per month and include only personnel with job-related associate's degree.
Can you identify what you would consider job related?
I mean, so yeah, I can send you a link to the site, but there is a College for All Texans. Is that what it's called?
So the reason why I'm asking is because specifically in the contract, we say, associate degree in fire technology, right? So if we're going to say related, I don't want to have to come back later and say it could be related because to someone said, hey, I have an associate degree this, and it could be related because on my day-to-day I do X, Y, and Z. Someone who works maybe in the fire marshal's office who has to deal with structures, right? And they have a associates in some degree to that capacity. So if we could identify what degrees that we're saying are related to fire technology, are related in the field, we can memorialize that in the contract. Or if we want to reference a list, I would be have some reservations about doing that because the list could obviously amend and augment during the time of the contract.
Sure.
So I would want to identify, at least have an idea of, or at least a benchmark to measure what we determine to be related.
Right. I guess where I was going with that is there are specific degree programs that are tuition exempt for firefighters in the state of Texas, and those in our mind would be the job-related fields. But we can talk about the details of which degrees specifically and get you that list.
Okay. And so the counter would be to come down to $100 monthly payment for associate degrees in fire technology or related fields?
Yes.
Okay. And then, like I said, we merged those two. So this one that is crossed out is just the same one. So we don't really have to revisit that. We just kind of eliminated it under
Agreed.
education pay. Yeah. So that's why it's crossed out that way. So if you're looking at it, it would really just be education pay, certification pay, and incentive pay, because we eliminated educational incentive pay.
Right.
Okay. So I'll turn it back over to you for wages, because that's all the ones on additional.
Before we get into this too much, we presented y'all with a list of comparable cities that we used for our numbers. Did you all have a different list that y'all used to come to your numbers, or how'd you arrive at those numbers?
Yeah, we have a different list of comps. There may be one or two that overlap, but our list was based on population size and then kind of proximity to larger cities. We noticed that a lot of the comps that y'all had pulled were sort of a suburban area to a major metropolitan. In our view, that kind of skews the wages because they're kind of tied to those larger urban areas. And Beaumont is not within the same proximity to a city like Austin or Dallas in particular, that is going to drive up those numbers. So, or have an effect on those numbers because the cost of living in those areas is so much higher. So we pulled based on kind of population size and then also using the proximity to a large city to get our comps. And I think we'll be ready to talk about those a little bit later today.
Yeah, I can, for whatever reason, it's not letting me access certain documents, but I can give you the list of cities that we pulled and I can email them to you.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, we'd appreciate that. So just on the comparable cities, I'm sure you guys have noticed this when you're looking around. It's very hard to compare apples to apples when you're trying to look at comps for wages, incentives, money-related items, because there's no two departments that are the same. There's no two contracts that are the same. You have all different pay structures, benefit structures, schedules. I mean, we could go on and on. So it is very hard to try to find comparables that truly, like I said, just compare apples to apples. So that's what we tried to do, is look at population size. I think the majority of the ones that we proposed to y'all were similar in size. The cities may not be the same organizational structure or collective bargaining or civil service. I mean, like I said, those are all things that there's just so many differences there. So what we also took into account whenever we came up with these numbers is our needs in Beaumont. So we can do our best to compare to other cities and compare to their benefits and pay structures so that we can try to arrive at some numbers that are well educated. But at the end of the day, what we see is a change in the mood. That's okay. We see that we have, and we've talked about this a little bit. We don't have to, get in the weeds on it, but we have a retention issue and we have a recruitment issue. And I think that we see that just with what happened this month. We had a test that we just gave and we had 6 people show up to take the test and 5 passed it. We're going to lose that more than that just this month on retirements and resignations. So us coming together on a pay and benefits package and a contract as a whole that is attractive and competitive with other departments in the area, regardless of the population size, or any of the other factors that we choose to compare to, we're going to have to come to an agreement that gives us something to compete with those other departments with, because some of our members have left and gone to smaller departments, even ones that we wouldn't even use as a comparable. So I say all that to say, we came into this trying our best to be reasonable. We're not shooting for the moon. We're not trying to, ask for anything overly unreasonable. We asked for 24%. It's a good amount of money. I think it's necessary for us to be able to move forward and be an attractive place that pulls people in to our city to work here. So with that, I just wanted to go into some of that. And we can approach this again later when you have the chance to get those comps put together. I think that we would be willing to come off of what we originally proposed and offer 7.5, 6.25, and 5.
So that's 0.5% of what you proposed,
No, sir, it's 0.75%.
or 0.75% of
Yes,
what
sir.
you originally proposed.
Yes, sir.
Sure, we'll have to talk about that some more, but it's clear that we want the same goals. We want what's best for Beaumont. We want what's best for our firefighters, but indeed all of our employees. So we share that common goal. We're there. We want to be able to retain the best and the finest. Likewise, we want to be able to recruit. And what we're proposing, we think will keep us in that position or put us in that position. I need to go back and verify, but I think we might have 10 to 15 vacant positions as we sit here and speak. Huh? 17. And they typically run that in most departments. That's typical or probably lower than most departments. When I came here, I was surprised that we had so few vacancies as a department. So we share the same goal, and what we want to propose, we want to make sure that what we're doing is because it's more efficient to keep people than to people to leave and have to hire again. It costs, you lose valuable experience and time, and it costs the city money and dollars to do that. So we share the same goal. So, when we break, we'll talk about it and come back, but I want to be clear that we share the same goals and want to achieve the same things.
But also to be clear, that 17 also encompasses the additional 9 that we just added in April.
Yes.
So it was 12.
We added 12, correct,
Right.
sorry.
Okay. Yeah, it was 12. And I would just say that we're still not on the same page on the number of vacancies, because our numbers that we have are 19. So it might be good to just in between the break or in the next break, maybe try to confirm that 100% so we can at least be firm on the number, if that factors in to what you all are looking at. I would assume that it probably does, just because the number of vacancies is directly related to the amount of overtime. If we reduce the vacancies and we reduce the overtime, then we have more money to work with as a city.
That might help reduce overtime, but it won't solve our overtime issue because there are a lot of variables involved in determining what's causing that overtime. So I don't want a misconception that that's going to cure an overtime issue when there are a lot of variables involved in that.
What other variables do you believe are doing that? So maybe we could address that on our side. What other variables do you believe are causing overtime?
Well, I'm not prepared to talk about that right now, unless you want to.
Questions aren't really centered around overtime, but it would be in terms of recruitment. I know that most of your recruitment is going to come from people who are online and on social media, and it doesn't help that there is a palpable disdain for the union and the city, between the city. And so, who would want to come work in a department that's dysfunctional? No one wants to come work in a place where it's seemingly a bad place to work. The city recruits and puts out stuff, and I can tell you that it's not for lack of engaging, but people really do pay attention to social media. So you can't argue that you want to recruit and retain good people and then negatively bash the place where you work and then expect people to sign up to come work there. So I think that that's a big issue as well. PD has the same problems, but they are not having nearly as many problems getting applicants as the fire department.
I don't know that we would necessarily disagree with you. The problems that we have between us are not an attractor. So that's why it's important for us to solve those problems. And one of the solutions is for us to come to a good agreement.
I definitely agree. But what I'm saying is, you don't air family business on the internet.
We air matters of public concern on the internet when we're short-staffed, when we have ambulances that are placed out of service, when we have ladder trucks that are placed out of service. You mentioned a couple of sessions ago that the fire department wasn't actually over budget, that we were under budget due to staffing. But at the same time, we have an ambulance out of service and a ladder truck out of service. So those are matters of public concern. And that's what our local is addressing whenever we're addressing public issues.
I agree that your posts are centered around, or could sometimes be centered around, matters of public concern, but that's not the post that you're making. Again, if you're looking to attract people to come work for your organization, you have to present an organization that people want to work for. And that's not what's happening. We don't have to delve in on your personal First Amendment rights on Facebook. There's some other articles that we can discuss before we break. We haven't necessarily finished discussions on the Health and Safety Committee. And there's also some other articles I think that can warrant additional temporary promotions. I think is one that we've tentatively, I think we're done with that one. But there's some other ones that we could discuss.
Before we move on, can you talk a little bit more about the engine and the ambulance you said are out of service? Are you saying that's permanent or something that's happened in the past?
Med 7 was just recently placed out of service. To my knowledge, it's not being staffed at all right now. Truck 11, the lines are kind of blurred in that area, that since it was out of service, we brought that to the city's attention. What's been done is that they've taken those two people that were assigned to the ambulance at that station, but they've also assigned them to the ambulance and to the ladder truck. So on any daily occurrence, when one of those is on a call, the other piece of equipment is out of service. It was essentially a shell game is all that is, but we've still lost a piece of equipment because it's not being staffed at Station 11.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else on wages or?
No, sir, I don't think so right now.
Are we prepared to discuss any of the remaining articles at this time?
Yeah, I propose we take a caucus to go over and address, so we can address the issues that we've brought up. Maybe that could give you guys some time to look over the wages and things, and we could come back and get back on these topics.
Okay, we're gonna need more time to look over the wages part, so we can do that in conjunction with our lunch break, maybe. Just make it a little bit longer to do that. We were just trying to cover some things and make good use of time if there are some things hanging out there before we're able to do that. But we can take a short break, a bit of a restroom break, I'll call it, and we'll break for 15 minutes and reconvene at 10:36.
Okay. Yes, sir. Could y'all also, and you may already be planning to do that, sorry for interjecting, but could y'all also look to see if you could bring back those comparable cities after we caucus?
They'll be available after lunch.
The afternoon. Okay, we'll reconvene at 10:40. I'm thinking that you were gonna convene on some of the discussion and come back with some things, or is that not true?
I think we're gonna come back after lunch because they involve some of the wages that we were talking about after lunch. I thought that's what I heard.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I guess we were specifically asking about the changes that were proposed, I guess, in incentive and certification.
Firm on the designations that are used, primarily because we don't want this contract to be tied to a designation that's created by the current fire chief and medical director. So if we get a new medical director before the end of this contract and they don't like E2 and E3, they can do away with that. That creates a problem for all of us. So we agree that any one of those levels you should be credentialed to work to. So paramedic, advanced EMT, EMT.
So with the proposal that we discussed prior to the break, where we basically put these in parentheses, but put the title that leads into it in the beginning, would that not solve that issue? Or,
As long as if E3 or E2 go away, those amounts are still paid to advanced EMTs and EMTs? Yes.
so we could add or their equivalent credential level, and so if there's a new medical director that wanted to call it something different, but the credentialing process allowed them to work at the same, we can add that language as well. I think it's, at this point, I think if we're only disagreeing on what we're calling it, I think that there's a easy fix to just put in the language that said is that way. Also, even if there was a change in the E2, E3, EP1, it wouldn't affect your contract benefits until the contract was opened. So they couldn't just arbitrarily say, we don't do that anymore and stop the pay. So I think I see it as a concern, but I think you should be assured that that's a low-level concern, regardless of what it's called. Whoever comes in, they can't just disrupt your pay. You're entitled to it that way. But I think we could just put in the language that says, or its equivalent. So if they decide to change it or rename it something different, if tomorrow they want to call it Super P instead of P1, it's the same.
Okay.
So I can work on that language and scoot it back after lunch. But if that's the only concern there, I think that that's a language issue that we can wordsmith it and get back.
Okay.
Okay. And then I guess the only other one was here, and that was for us to do, to talk about the creation and elimination. So we'll bring that back after. And then there was no other ones, right, that we needed to discuss. We're working on pulling the list of associate degrees and the list of individuals who have them, and we can talk more in depth about that after lunch.
Okay.
The only other thing I wanted to do before we break for lunch, just so we can have a productive time, was talk about hours and vacation and holidays, since that one did have a substantial change in it. Just give me a minute to find it. So I was saying that the addition that we put it in, plugged it in, that was one of the things that the unit requested was Juneteenth. But notwithstanding that, there was a proposal by the city that vacation be taken in 1/2 shifts and blocks. And the rationale for that is that it would be more beneficial to fill a vacancy of that magnitude versus somebody coming in for 3 hours or 4 hours. And so we wanted to kind of put that back in the conversation for discussion, so that would be something that you can discuss during lunch, during that particular caucus, so that we can have a discussion post lunch about that.
Okay, we can discuss that.
Okay.
Did you want to go back to temporary promotions real quick before lunch? So
Sure.
we can try to get that one done?
Hold on one sec.
All right.
Okay, got it. So this was the major changes that we did the last time, just to add without approval of the fire chief or his designee to address some of the concerns you had as well. And then we changed regularly scheduled shift, or added that into the language that was proposed. And then we also added after 10 a.m. or whatever, whenever the schedule is entered into the, whichever is later.
Yes.
I guess my concerns will be the same that we had previously, is that making it too restrictive eliminates the ability for there to be a policy that has some discretion for both management, but also for potential members to say, hey, we tried it, it doesn't work. Let's see how we can fix it. And so I would just be, cautious, like when we start adding specific language into the contract, that it really does tie both the benefit that's available to the member, but also the discretion to the deputy chiefs who are working in that area if something happens that day. So we're obviously interested in, again, resolving it the best way to allow for additional discretion and a potential policy, but I do think that it's the necessity to have language in there that has a cutoff time. So
Right.
it's beneficial.
Right. The cutoff time, I think, so we were good with all of this. I think both of us agreed on everything that's there. I think the only thing that we were still hung up on was the valid point that you made about when does the member notice that they've been passed over for that upgrade, and when, what is that reasonable time? And I think just a simple 2 hours after the schedule is set, all changes will be permanent, or however you want to word that.
So in this one, we'll change it to just 2 hours. So they'd have to, in 2 hours is when it's posted from ESO, right? Because that's when they can all see it. I know that they did. I went and kind of looked at it and saw that there's a board inside, but I don't know that everybody has access to that board at Station 1. So how would you know, right? Unless somebody's in there taking pictures and sending it out. So my thing is, the only way for everybody to know is if it's on ESO.
So the 10 a.m. or whenever the schedules enter into ESO, that has to do with after that time, those temporary promotions are made in accordance with the efficiency of operations of the department. So in between the time of the start of the shift and that 10 a.m. or whenever the schedules entered into ESO, those temporary promotions are made based on contract and policy. Anything after that is what we're talking about. So then the question came up of, well, when if that's not done right, if it's not done by contract or policy within that initial period of time at the start of the shift, when does that member need to notice and call their deputy chief and ask about being passed over for that upgrade that was supposed to happen in that beginning of the shift period? So that's the only thing I think that we're trying to move forward with. And if you just add, it could be 2 hours, 1 hour, whatever we agree on.
So are you asking that we add a second section that just says that a member shall notify of any corrections or issues within 10 hours of it being posted to ESO?
2 hours, yes.
Is that where you're?
Yeah. Yes. That would be good. I think that would settle everything, and we'd be good to move on.
The other thing I wanted to clarify, I guess, on the Section 5, one concern that came up is that the change from shift to shift could create an additional hardship or problem. Was there any comments or feedback on that as well? What we're trying to do is to eliminate the necessity for making or to allow for the schedule to be made in advance. I know that y'all do your vacations almost a year in advance, and the only thing that you can't really account for would be emergencies or sick leave. So I guess I know that we wanted to limit it for someone who had 24-hour notice, but is there a way to do it for someone who just doesn't want it, for them to be able to do it in advance, so that we don't have to have every every day that they're having to make major changes. Because I think that in those hours, it could seem like it could be really hectic when you're having to move people around on the spot.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what we talked about is the way that, and we talked about it, and then the language that you brought back provides for that. If somebody never wants the upgrade or doesn't want it for a long period of time, all they have to do is send that email and then not send any other email retracting that. So if it's somebody that doesn't want the upgrade for one shift or two shifts, then they send the email and then they just send an email whenever they want to be back on the list to where the upgrade is mandatory there. So
But pause right there, because I want to make sure we're clear and saying the same thing. If I'm working Tuesday, and I'm working Tuesday, but I know that I don't want to take the upgrade. I got a lot going on. I just want to drive. I don't want to have to tell people what to do, right?
Right.
So I send that email Monday morning before the start of my shift. Are we expecting it to be effective that next Tuesday for that start, or should I have sent that in it with further advance? Because if you're saying my next regularly scheduled shift, then it would be the next time I work, not that Tuesday. So are you wanting it to be available for that? If I send it on Monday, then I'm not going to take upgrades.
So yeah, if you
On my
send it
next-
on Monday morning before the start of the shift, that you don't want the upgrade for the following day, which is your regularly scheduled shift, that appeases that language.
Okay. And so if then my next scheduled shift would be, if I worked Monday, would be Thursday.
Correct.
So on Wednesday, if I send an email that says I'm good to take upgrade, I want to be considered for upgrade, it would be effective on Thursday.
Correct.
Okay. So
Notice of either the change away from the upgrade or the change back to the upgrade.
So I guess the concern there would be the possibility for error. So if for whatever reason that deputy chief isn't there and we've sent it to all of them, but say whatever reason it got caught in the shuffle, what would be the remedy in that regard? Would it be that individual just says, hey, I checked the schedule, I got passed over for an upgrade and I want it corrected? Or
Yeah, I don't think
I'm not trying to create a double grievance. I'm just saying, like, what would be their remedy then? Like, I did send the email, maybe I entered it wrong, right? But if he can show proof that, hey, I sent the email and I want to be considered for upgrade,
Right.
would his remedy then be to just say, to contact the deputy chief on duty and say, the schedule is wrong within that 2-hour period
Right.
and get it corrected?
Yeah. Mistakes happen. I mean, especially whenever it's a busy morning. Those kind of mistakes happen. And typically, if somebody calls and identifies a mistake, for the most part, it's corrected. So I don't think that would be any kind of an issue unless they're saying that they sent an email and there's no documentation that they
That's
did.
what I said. That's why I said if he can show, hey, I sent the email.
Right.
And I rescinding it and notice that I wasn't considered for an upgrade and I want to correct it, that would be the avenue. But he would have to do that within that 2-hour period.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's a grievance that if he did it outside the 2-hour period, is that still a viable situation? Because we're adding
No, ma'am.
the language that they have to reach out to get it corrected.
Correct.
You're fine with that?
Yes.
Okay. And just for clarification, everyone has access to ESO, right? So there wouldn't be anyone who says, I couldn't access ESO, I couldn't see it.
To my knowledge, every member of the fire department has access to it.
And so now I'm going to ask a very technical question that you probably can't answer. How often is ESO not available or goes down?
It's funny that you asked that because, and maybe you know this, and it's the reason that you're asking. So this last week, there was some sort of a technical issue with ESO, with the company, the system as a whole, and the schedule was not working at all. I think the entire morning. You're not going to get a grievance from us on something that's completely impossible to get around. We can be reasonable.
Yeah, so the goal is, I guess what I'm asking, not for potential, but my concern would be, how would someone then know to correct it, right? Because if ESO is down or I don't have access to it, and then I notice that I was passed over for an upgrade outside of the period, how do I rectify that?
So I think in those really spare situations, and this definitely does not need to be the language in the contract, but just for
Yeah.
discussion purposes, I think a simple announcement made by our dispatcher saying that the ESO scheduling system is down and we'll let you know when it's back up would probably take care of that. That's what I would do. I would call our dispatch office and have them make an announcement. And then whenever it comes back up and I have it in, then I would let everybody know that it's back up and it's working.
Okay. So it could be like I didn't know about the one goes down. I just know technology sucks and it's not reliable.
Right.
So in the event that happened, when it did go down, was it an all day situation? Was it half day? Were they able to troubleshoot it? Because my concern would be is that one of those situations where we get through half the shift, right, and it's 9 o'clock, and the ESO's back up, and there's like, hey, I should have been upgraded,
Right. No.
and someone's like, I want that fixed, right?
So the last week when that happened, it's the only time that I know of that it's happened. I'm not saying that there hasn't been a few days that I don't look at ESO here and there, but for the most part, I look at it a lot, and I haven't noticed it go down before. And that day that it happened, I think it was back up by sometime around lunch. So it wasn't an all-day thing.
Okay.
Now, to your point, if it is down all day long, that's an unavoidable circumstance. It comes back up at 9 o'clock at night and the deputy finally gets it in and there's a mistake. We can talk to our members and be reasonable about some of these situations that are, again, technology related that we don't have any control over. Nobody has control over that.
So I would just recommend that if we're going to make these type of like changes to contractual issues, that there may be some consideration to revisiting the policy so that you can have some streamlined issues in the policy that kind of addresses these new implementations.
Sure.
Okay. So I will work on the language, the wording during lunch, and we can present that back.
Okay.
Was there another one that we were?
That was the only one that was kind of on my radar just because we were so close on it. I just wanted to try to get to a mutual agreement on that one.
Okay, and I will tell you that the chief did have some comments that he wanted to make as regards to overtime pay, and then also to the staffing and trucks being out of service. We were able to confirm over break that we had two resignations in the month of December, so that will bring the total to 19.
Okay.
So, Chief.
As far as truck 11 being out of service, truck 11 was running for truck 1 here recently. We took it in for PM, found some other things, trying to make it mechanically sound. As of yesterday, truck 1 went back in service. Truck 11 went out of service because of mechanic. It's currently at the shop right now. And on the med units, we reduced from 9 to 8 because of mechanical issues. We were finding that when we had a med unit go down, we didn't have any reserves at all. Now, we're currently have 5 new med units that we're trying to get outfitted to put in service. And fortunately, we may have 3 in service by March or May, somewhere in between there.
Just a question for you. Do we have an estimated time of when the reserve ladder truck is going to be put back in service? Because right now we don't have a reserve ladder truck that causes an issue too.
We have one more thing to do on truck 19 from Siddons Martin, and we'll have a reserve ladder truck that we've spent significant amount of money getting back up and running.
Is there an estimated time on that, or we don't know when
It depends
it's
on
going
what
to be?
Siddons Martin has.
So I'll just tell you that a lot of the concern has been supply chain issues post-COVID. It's just the supply chain for a lot of the parts and things. So most of that is just at the discretion of when they can order. When they were in there fixing things, if something else needs to be replaced, it doesn't make sense for them to send it back and for us to go back. So a lot of the issues have been parts and just getting the parts in on time. And a lot of those, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of the parts are custom, so you have to build it to suit.
Just to clarify real quick, did I understand right? Med 7 is out of service because of mechanical issues, or? Sorry. I should have got you when you were up.
No, we were finding that when we had med units go down, we didn't have any reserves. So we reduced med units from 9 to 8 to make sure that we have adequate reserves, which are required by the state to have a reserve med units, making sure we have reserves.
Okay.
Our fleet is tired,
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're aware.
really tired.
Yeah, we were just under the impression that Med 7 had gone out of service on October 1st because of the new fiscal year to reduce the amount of overtime. That's what we've been told.
No, a conjunction to make sure that we have reserved med units in service also.
Right. So
Again,
it doesn't have to do with reducing overtime.
that's a benefit also
Okay.
on occasion,
Okay.
but we will staff it when we have staffing available.
Right. Okay.
But we want to make sure we have reserved med units because they're constantly going down, and we're having had a bad run of wrecks also.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Chief, one more thing. When we do get out of the mechanical issues and we have 9 med units, are we going back to 9 med units once we have them all mechanically
We'll
able
crunch
to
the
be in
numbers and
service?
look what's beneficial to the department and the citizens.
Okay.
So the last item, I guess, that we had, there was, I guess, some conversation about why the city was really adamant about the 2% to the pension. In the actuary report that was provided to the city and I guess presented in July, the report is from July of 2024, but it was actually presented to council in I think in April. A similar report anyway was presented in April as well. It said that the members were at 18, the city was at 20, but the benchmark for ADC was at 24.95. And so there was I guess, conscious efforts on the part of the city to get us as close to that 24 without increasing the member contribution as possible. So that's why we were looking to do that. That's where that came from. That was obviously a concern financially for the city to make sure that our rating and the pensions remain stable, because we also think that that's a recruiting mechanism as well. People want to know that they're going to come to work and have a viable, sustainable retirement option. One of the other things that was presented is that the current membership that's coming in, basically, they're almost at a break even, which means they're essentially paying for the benefits that they receive, as opposed to members who hired in earlier, where they're receiving a greater benefit that's not really fully supported by them. So there is I guess, a conscious effort on the part of the city to make sure that, as a part of the recruitment tool, that we make sure that there's a healthy pension retirement option for the members that we're recruiting.
Right. So a couple of things on the last thing that you said about the members paying fully for their benefit is also the reason why we would not be okay with increasing that percentage any more than it already is.
Which is why we're not proposing an increase for the members. The increase is solely based on the city's contribution. We're asking to put in more money. We're not requiring the members to put in more money. We understand that the members, that it wouldn't be beneficial for them to put in. They're already paying for their benefits.
Right.
And so in order for it to be a true benefit, it needs to be attractive, which means the employer would need to contribute in excess. And that's what we're offering to do.
It's just moving money around. So we're not going to get 2% more on the wage increases because you're taking away from the wage increases. That's the way it was proposed to us, is you can have this much money, but you can't have 2% of it because we're going to put it towards pension contribution increases on your side. So regardless of that, part of the report that was also presented to the city was an increase in personnel costing no money to the pension. So you're proposing an increase in contributions, that costs you money. Adding personnel to the department solves the same problem and doesn't cost you extra money.
But we are adding personnel to the department. We've allocated additional positions. We're allocating additional positions, but the attempt is to be proactive. We recognize that it takes a while to fill those positions. But we can go back and reevaluate that approach if you're saying that the union is more interested in having the money directly to members as opposed to the pension.
Yes, that. And also, if we are actually adding members, as in, able to hire them and get them in and actually grow that number, that has the same effect on the pension, from what I understand of it, as increasing contribution. So adding personnel negates the need to increase contributions.
So I guess we're saying the same thing, but differently. Again, the city is attempting to put it to where those incoming employees aren't paying for directly for their own benefits. We're trying to get it to where it's a true benefit, where the employer is here and the employee is here. Essentially paying for your own benefit, at least how it's presented, isn't a true incentive. So in order for it to be an attractive situation, people want to feel like they're getting more than what they're paying for. But again, like I said, we can rediscuss that if that's the new priority for the union, is to not focus on pension contributions, but focus on just independent wages.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want, just to be clear on something, it was never a priority for the union to bring pension issues to this negotiations. As we said before, we believe that those decisions are made solely with the pension board. So just wanted to be clear that it was never a priority for us to bring anything pension-wise to these negotiations.
And just so we can touch on all the items we have left, there's just seniority and promotions, demotions, and transfers left, maintenance and standards. We've asked you to look at vacations and holidays, and also we're coming back with wording on certification pay and temporary promotions. I think hours and overtime is still outstanding. The city would not like to make any changes to our entry-level hiring procedures, is that we do feel like that one conflicts with the lawsuit. And we would just like to leave that one the same. And we will be looking at your wage counter as well as your educational pay request.
And I still have the health and safety on the list. I think the drug testing, the random drug testing policy was the one that we were still looking at. And y'all had sent a proposal from the El Paso contract. Are we to understand that if the city would agree to the language in the El Paso contract regarding random drug screens, then the union agrees to that term?
I sent that over as an example of what I was talking about, reference, instead of the policy, this is what a random drug testing program would look like. I mean, we can discuss and negotiate it on it.
But as written in the El Paso's contract, are those terms that y'all were willing to agree to? I'm trying to figure out where our starting point is on this. So if that's, y'all have reviewed that and you agree that if the city were to agree, then that policy would be appropriate, then we would like to know that going into the next break.
I think we would have to discuss that, get more involved in what the actual policy is.
Well, it's the one that you sent over.
Right, but
yeah.
educate my team.
Okay.
Sheree,
Yes.
did we finish Article 5? Can you look in your notes and see? Because it seemed like
Which one is that?
it's general provisions.
I think Stephanie Tech. Is that,
Did we?
might not have. It's not listed as any of the remaining articles. Do we need to revisit that one?
No, I just,
We TA'd that on the 12th of
Yes.
November.
Yes.
that's my problem then.
Okay.
Sorry,
I
thank
was
you.
like, I thought we did. I don't have that one. So yeah, I have seniority, promotions, demotions, and transfers, maintenance and standards, health and safety, vacations and holidays, pension, and then we have all the additional pay ones. So that'll be education pay, certification pay, incentive pay, with the understanding that we eliminated educational incentive pay and just merged it with education pay. Hours and overtime pay, temporary promotion, entry-level hiring procedures, wages. And I think we have a tentative agreement on duration of the agreement, but it was discussed to just kind of hold that one until we had a full, complete contract, just in case that there needed to be a change of heart on how long we wanted the agreement to be. Okay, and before we break, I would ask that the union just reconsider their stance on some of the definitions, just because, again, in some of the proposed language we have as it relates to adding the term business days, adding calendar days, adding words like shift, those are all were defined by how the city defined them. If they were, could potentially, I guess, in my opinion, be an issue if they're not something that we agree on today moving forward. I think it could be an issue. So if there's some that you just think they're in excess, that's fine, but I do think that some of them are a necessity for a good, solid contract. So just kind of reconsider those over lunch if you don't mind.
We can take a look at them during our break. I think his ultimate point was just that a lot of them were never necessary before, and, you know, even in hindsight on a few of them that we propose, you know, I think we've identified that, you know, we don't necessarily have to have them, but we have approached the ones that seem to cause the sticking points, like union business and management rights. So I think that was the idea behind it, but we can take a look at them and see which ones we would be agreeable to if you're wanting to add more definitions.
Yeah, so I think the point of a definition section is that when you define some but don't define all, it leaves it open for interpretation. So once you start having a definition section, you really just need to kind of complete it through, so that in the event that there is an arbitration, that's not something that we have to use the black letter dictionary if we've defined it something different, or that we have to spend a lot of time defining. It just becomes a stipulation so that we can move on. Specifically, just because, like we did in our holiday and vacations one, ask that you consider taking them in one half shift. So in parts of the contract, we do talk about what a shift looks like. We can eliminate that and clean that up and just have that in a definition section without the necessity of it being in a contract. So the idea is to make the contract as streamlined and understandable as possible, so that we can just kind of focus on the issues and not have to kind of relitigate those in arbitration. So it's not necessarily to make it more burdensome, but it is just to kind of have a cleaner document. So just, that's my 2 cents on that one.
Is there anything else before we break? Well, why don't we come back at 1:30? That'll give us a chance to have lunch, but also to caucus and have some discussions on our individual items. And we'll meet back here at 1:30 p.m. Okay, we're ready. We'll reconvene at 1:35 PM. And we'd like to start on some discussions and talk about pension language at this point.
So, and I'll go through it like all the counters, and then if we need to just kind of stop and discuss it, that'll work. Is that okay? Okay. So in response to the pension, we wanted to include the following language: that the parties agree that pension contributions shall not be subject to contract negotiations. That would also come with a revision to the recognition clause to include that the parties agree that discussions between the city and the pension board shall not constitute bargaining. And then the next part would be under the education. You see, I just made the change that we discussed for additional pay. That's the exact same language, just copy and paste it with the changes that we discussed. EMT with the parentheses and so forth. We left the educational pay the same, but we did want to talk about a potential to maybe counter that with a sign-on bonus for anyone hiring on during the contract period to equate to a $3,000 sign-on bonus in response to the union's concern about attracting new applicants. So we would counter, instead of in lieu of going to the $100 a month for the associate degree, just to channel that money and that funding to go towards a sign-on bonus in the amount of $3,000. Again, that's the same language that's already, we just copied and pasted from that. So that's all out of the certification, the quote-unquote additional pay language. I think the next one would be temporary promotions. Let me just get to that one real quick. Still the same changes that we discussed, but then we added the other language. So keeping in mind that ESO is a contract, so we bid out for that, or at least for our technology, we go out for bid for that as it requires. So we just changed that. Instead of mentioning that specific software, it'll just say the scheduling software. And we also mentioned that sometimes it can go down. So in the event that it's down, then the deputy chief will have to figure out another way to communicate the schedule to the other employees. But then we added that language: employees shall have 2 hours from the posting of the schedule or official notification to ask for the schedule to be changed based on an error. So that was essentially all of the counters. If you wanted to, I guess, like start at the top and just work through them, or start at the bottom and go up, whatever's easier.
We can just go to the top.
Okay. So that would be starting with the pension. And again, that was just based on the conversations we had prior to the break, that the union did not want to negotiate for the pension. So we wanted to clarify that and just remove the entire article from the contract.
Just to be clear, the city's position, if we were to do that, is that the city then, since it wouldn't be subject to contract negotiations, as y'all represented earlier, the city can adjust employer and employee contributions outside of the contract.
No. Right. I'm going to let the chairman of our pension board speak on that, because I might just be misunderstanding you.
Did you say employee contributions?
That they're not going to be subject to the contract.
Okay, but you were saying you could reduce the employee contributions?
Through discussions with the pension board.
Right, they can be set outside of the contract.
Yes. I mean, is that
Okay. I wasn't asking a question.
No, that
employee contribution?
No, that again, in the past, it's been negotiated for. So if we're removing it from the contract, then the union would no longer be a part of that conversation. And they recognize that those benefits can be raised or decreased outside of the contract. It would be a separate memorialized agreement.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as far as the plan or going forward, that's contributions and everything, that's from the pension and the city.
Right.
That
So-
article, I think, was placed in the contract so that those rates were set. And for any side to go down, then they all had to agree.
So I guess we understand like the historical precedents would be, irrelevant. If the conversations moving forward is that we don't want that to be tied to the contract. What we're asking for is to include this language and then amend the recognitions clause so that there's not a dispute, because we recognize that there are members in the union who also serve on that pension board, so that there's not a dispute or misunderstanding as to them being able to bargain for themselves, because this will be separate and apart from this agreement moving forward.
I think on the surface, we're okay with this. If you want to give us a little bit of time,
course.
just to review it and just to make sure, and we can come back to it for
So
a possible TA.
The recognition clause is one of the ones that we had previously TA'd, so we'll need to pull that one back to make this adjustment as well.
Can you, before we go through all that, can you get us the language that you're wanting to change in that?
It would just be to add the line that the parties agree that discussions between the pension board and the city shall not constitute outside bargaining. Or we can, shorten it, whatever y'all feel comfortable with. We just need to make sure that it's clear that those individuals, because we will be working with individuals who are members, just acting in a different capacity.
That's always been the case. So
Yeah,
we
but-
just want to, would just give us a little bit of time if you don't mind. But that's always been the case. So like you said, I believe at the surface, we probably agree with this.
Okay, so I'll just move to the next one. Okay. The next one was the one we just took all of those sections and memorialized them into one article titled Additional Pay. No changes to the certification pay. It's exactly the same. You notice that we did, it includes the new language that was proposed.
So the only thing that I would note is P1, the credentialing level of P1 is included in there, but there's other P levels. So P2 specifically is a designation held by some members of the bargaining unit.
So do we just need to add P1 and P2?
There's also a P3. So, I mean, if we're looking for the future, then we can add
So it'll just need to
all
look like
P
this.
levels. I don't know.
P1, 2, and 3.
Sure, yeah.
So is that sufficient?
On the first line there,
So
DISH is certified EMT, advanced, and paramedics. Is that
you need to do EMT and then comma advanced EMT.
right? That would clean that up. I do have a question on this section. And it's probably a question better answered by the chief, but are our ECA members going to be trained to the E2 level?
I would ask them to come to the podium just so it can be recorded.
At this time, there's no move to credential the ECAs as EMT or E2s, because under ordinance, they can't ride the med unit or anything anyway. So, and we have very few ECAs left at all.
We do have very few ECAs. I agree with that, but aren't they already credentialed as EMTs under the medical director? So those ECAs that we have in the department are practicing at the same level that all of our other EMTs are practicing at?
They're providing E1, basic.
Again, I mean, that's what,
Yeah, we're not looking to do the ECAs as E2s.
but they are credentialed as EMTs, the ECAs are.
They're providing E1 level care.
I agree.
Yeah, they're providing E1 level care, basic care.
The Royal Order?
Maybe 12 or 13. They're older.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, you know.
I would
Yeah.
imagine so.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's not even a recognized certification anymore.
So when you sent a directive or an email out not that long ago that said that all personnel were going to be trained to the E2 level, you're not including the ECAs. The ECAs are not going to be credentialed to the E2 level?
They probably won't be because they're older employees.
I think the only problem with that is they probably won't be. So like to your example before, if we're looking at things that could happen in the future, are they or are they not? If we're not, then we're good. But if after we ratify this contract, it changes and now the ECAs are being credentialed to the E2 level is way outside of what their
Well,
knowledge base is, then that would create a
Let me
problem.
respond to that by saying that the language requires them to be certified EMTs first. So
That is correct.
So it wouldn't qualify. They'd have to start off by being the basic EMT advanced, and paramedics. So we didn't include the ECAs in that. So by contract, they can't be trained to do that because they would have to go back to school to be the EMT first.
You're saying that they can't be credentialed to the ECA or to the E2 level.
Right. They would have to go back to school first to be an EMT before they're even eligible under this provision. So forcing them to do the credentialing process to E2 and then not paying them for it would be defective because they didn't meet the first prong, which was to be certified as an EMT.
If we agree on this language, yes.
Right.
But
So-
if the medical director decides that he wants to allow ECAs to work at the E2 level, then he can do that. Am I wrong on that?
Well, no.
I may misunderstand his ability, but
There's no plan at this time for ECAs to be credentialed at the E2 level because they don't possess the EMT certification.
okay.
So to answer your question, no, the medical director can credential up, but he's still bound by the contract language. So the contract language and his directives will need to be in line and be matched. So if we agree to this language, then the basic qualification under this provision would require them to be at least an EMT. And so the next one was the educational pay, where we countered with a sign-on bonus. I'm sorry, were we still here? Okay. So then the next one was the educational pay, where we were proposing in lieu of the $100 a month that you requested for fire associate degrees, which we identified as 12. We got a list and we identified 12 that may be not necessarily fire technology, but maybe related to the field. There were 12 individuals as opposed to, I think, the 17 that we put forth. So in lieu of that, we recommended doing or proposed doing a $3,000 sign-on bonus.
So we're not able to negotiate for employees that do not work for the fire department, and negotiating a incentive raise for hirees would be exactly doing that. We're okay if you guys want to do that. Y'all have already been doing it for the civilian employees that work for the fire department. Well, you know, if you guys want to do that, that's fine, but giving up an incentive pay to our current members for people who don't work here right now, that's outside of our ability.
Well, you wouldn't be giving up an incentive pay because right now what you have is the 500. So it's not giving up anything that already exists. We're letting, I guess, the association know in response to the concerns earlier that there's challenges with recruiting, that rather than paying 12 people out of 255 an additional $100 a month, it makes sense to channel those dollars into a place where it addresses the concerns of the association. But it's not an incentive you already have anyway.
Right. Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but y'all were saying this or that, and we're okay with an incentive pay. I'm just saying that that's not something that to be discussed here. That's not something that we can negotiate and bargain on for people who don't work for the fire department. But we're okay with it. Just doesn't need to be in the contract.
And and that's fine, the incentive pay doesn't have to be in there, but the $100 a month will not be in there, and we're explaining where that would go instead.
You're leaving existing language.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if we could just discuss that one at our next caucus too.
Okay. Again, the incentive language didn't change, and like I said, we did take out any reference to the ALS team. But that was the only additional change.
Okay.
Now, we talked about the, I know that you wanted to take out the language to eliminate a team. And I guess we didn't fully finish our conversation on that, so we'll leave that open to discussion. I guess there was some additional concerns that we just kind of need to address on what that looks like, measuring that with the built-in benefit and potentially the assignment of work and so on and so forth. So we'll come back to you on that. But as of right now, the only, I guess, counter would be the one we presented, to leave the educational pay as is, the additional changes up front, and then we'll have a final answer on this one, to eliminate or after the next break.
Here in a minute, when we do take a break, can I get you that flash drive so we can get that to look at whenever we break?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd just like to say we consider these some major concessions. And we heard what you had to say about a few things, and we came back with a proposal that we think's good for you, and good for the city, and good for our citizens here. But we will say they're contingent upon us being able to agree on an agreement contract as a whole. So we're proposing these things, but it's subject to change if things change from some other points of view.
Let's do the drug screen first. Did y'all talk about the drug screen policy that you sent?
Yes, we did. I mean, if you're open to incorporating all the language in that appendix that I sent you as example, I guess replacing names with Beaumont, we'd be interested in talking about it.
Talking about it, or you guys agree to the terms that are in there?
I guess we'd like to discuss it, or if you're open to incorporating it as a whole.
So I'm looking at, just so we're all on the same page, the El Paso Fire Department drug and alcohol testing policy that you provided as an example. We're talking about the random testing section, which the city proposed to include in Article 10. And what I'm hearing is if we just substitute Beaumont for El Paso, y'all agree to that policy as it's written, or
We've got, well, we're looking at the whole policy, right? Section 1,
the random drug testing policy?
Section 2, right? Section 3, 3A, 3B, 4, 5.
Okay, I think we're looking at two different things.
Yes.
I see
Appendix G, random drug testing policy. It starts with Section 1, general.
okay, Appendix H starts with
G.
random drug testing.
What I sent you was Appendix G in our contract, in the El Paso contract.
Okay, I'm looking at El Paso Fire Department Drug and Alcohol Testing Policy, Appendix H. And
Okay.
number 1 is random testing,
Random drug testing policy.
right?
And then section 2 is
Collection.
the random testing is section 2 I have. And it's got an A, B, C. Then it's got post-accident and reasonable suspicion.
Okay, I don't think we're looking at the same thing.
Okay. You want to get together on it on the break?
I just forwarded her the one that you sent me. So it was, what I have is almost the complete agreement. And so we just pulled it out. I just forwarded her the entire agreement.
G from that contract is the thresholds. It's not the policy.
Appendix G?
Hold on.
You want to look at it at the break?
I just want to make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Here, I have it.
Okay, so why are there 2 different random drug testing policies then?
I don't know. I'll take a look at it.
So G is the one that y'all are willing to agree to.
So I have it pulled, ready to post.
This
This is G. It's on the screen. So this is G, and it does a random testing policy. And I want to say that H, the one that's right after it, I'll just scroll quickly.
Is it a duplicate?
I don't know that it's a duplicate.
I've never seen H.
I think that one deals with drug and alcohol testing policy in general.
But it has the random. So I just want to make sure if y'all have looked at one of these 2 and you've said, yeah, that's the one.
See?
I didn't look at H because I was focused on G,
Okay.
but we can get together on the break. We can run through it, make sure we're looking at the same thing.
So I will say that the city is content with adopting H because it deals with drug and alcohol testing policy, and it does have the random component. If you're saying that we need to adopt H and G, then that's discussing. But I think that this language is almost verbatim pulled from the G appendix. So yeah, I get that there was a discrepancy on. I think we were looking at the same things but different. So if we need to, I guess if y'all need to discuss that. Then
Yeah, if we're gonna look at this, I was looking to see, make it all encompassing. So let's take a look at it on the break, make sure we're looking at the same thing. This contract was negotiated after I left.
Okay, that's fair.
I was referring to the one that we initially went with.
Which is, I guess, this one. When you emailed, you said Appendix G.
Yes.
And like I said, when we just were reviewing it, I guess we just kind of scrolled down and we saw that there were
Right.
2. So this, I think, Appendix G just deals specifically with the random, but the H has a more comprehensive policy for both testing procedures with the random component included.
Let me review that,
Yes, sir.
so I know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But y'all generally are agreeing to random of up to 50% of the authorized
Goes
strength per
10 to
year?
50. I mean, however the city sets it up, I mean, it's, as long as it's truly random,
Right.
everybody has an equal chance. This policy, it's the fire chief and everybody else. It's got, I guess, safeguards in it for both. It outlines it pretty well. I mean, we worked really hard on this one. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty standard randomized drug screen policy that has the collection procedures outlined and the
Yeah, can
thresholds
we
for
look at
positive
that?
tests. Yeah, I was just trying to understand if y'all had parts of this that are a
No.
yes, or that we need to talk about specific components.
well, yeah, let's talk about it as a whole once we agree on what we're looking at. But we are not adverse to speaking about a drug testing policy. I mean, my question was, I mean, is it necessary? Is there a problem right now?
Yes.
There's a problem right now?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a need for it. And I think we can obviously do a lot of the problems have been addressed with, the reasonable suspicion that's afforded to the chief. However, there is a concern that there are several more that are just kind of skating by because they're functioning under narcotics on a regular basis.
Understood. We'll discuss to make sure we're looking at the same thing. Okay? Yes, okay, good.
Are y'all ready to talk about the,
I just have a question real quick. I want to back up. Are you saying that there are people under reasonable suspicion inside of our fire department that they are under the influence?
No, I
right
said
now?
that there have been people who have been tested using reasonable suspicion, and they have tested positive for, I can just give you, cocaine was the most recent
I
one.
understand, but you said there were other people
That could
that
possibly,
you said.
no.
Okay,
I said that could
I just
possibly
wanted to
be
clarify.
functioning.
I didn't want to clarify. That was just a big accusation
No,
to
I
say
said
that
that-
there are people in the department
So
that
let me
okay.
let me clarify the language. There have been people that have been tested using reasonable suspicion who have tested positive for illegal substances. The concern is that there may be other individuals who are not exhibiting signs because they either chronic users or just been able to skate the system who have not been tested. So the necessity for random testing is to weed those individuals out of the department. Don't say that they don't exist, but we obviously know that there have been individuals who tested positive.
Understand. So in other words, the policy that we have has been working.
So the policy works as it relates to identify individuals who are exhibiting severe signs of intoxication or under the influence, but the random policy is a necessity to, I guess, keep everyone honest and not using drugs. And to be fair, the current city policy does allow for us to test individuals in safety-sensitive positions. We're just asking for it to be added to the contract so that it doesn't become an issue of targeting. If it's random, then we do it across the board for everybody, and it's not just you look like you could be under the influence today. It's a more, I guess, equitable system that we're asking to be involved in.
So are you saying that this policy that we would adopt in here today would cover all city employees, or it would be, this process would be specific to us, but everyone else in the city would have a different policy?
So the city does have, well, we asked to adopt the city's policy and it was rejected. The current city policy does allow for random drug testing. It does have a component for that. Your chief negotiator said that he wanted to make it a little bit more stringent for you, which you have the ability to do, and so does police because they contract for that. So the remaining civilian employees are subject to random drug testing if they're in a safety-sensitive position, because that's what the Texas law allows. So anyone who essentially operates heavy machinery and so on and so forth could be in a safety-sensitive position because they have the ability to cause serious bodily injury to an individual. However, the librarian who sells books, isn't in a safety-sensitive position, so they can only be tested for cause. So that's just the policy essentially aligns with state law. So not everyone it's not equally applied across the board because not everyone in the city works in a safety-sensitive position.
Just to clarify, so we can move on. We're not against a random drug testing policy as long as it's done correctly and fairly. But I would say that if the intention by what you're saying is what it's coming across as, and there's an insinuation that our firefighters are drug users, then we would take pretty big exception to that and don't appreciate it at all.
So that's not what I said. I said that there have been, he
The
asked,
way it came across.
well, then let me clarify. He asked if there have been incidences, and the answer is yes. And so that it's not to, again, point out that everybody in the department is using, but we obviously know that you can't, not everybody who uses drug exhibits the symptoms. Everyone has
Saying the way that you said it before insinuated that there are firefighters in our department that are using drugs right now that you want to try to weed out. That's what you said.
There are the people who have tested positive for substance abuse, yes.
And do they work here?
They don't anymore.
Okay, well, what we're talking about is our current membership. So you said you want to weed people out of our current membership because you think that we have drug users. And all I'm saying is I don't appreciate that insinuation at all. If you want a random drug testing policy, then let's talk about the particulars on getting a policy
So my
that's
answer wasn't
fair.
an attack. He asked, was there a
Okay.
current problem? And had there been problems in the past? And the answer was yes.
Okay.
And so the intent and the spirit behind the policy is to make sure that we do not have individuals who work in our department who are drug users. We could have caught them all, who knows? But the policy was intended, the randomness of the policy is intended for it not to be targeted at specific individuals so that it's not an unfair policy. I agree that it needs to be fair and then right. But the question, or my statements were based on his question, is had there been a problem? And the answer is yes. And no, those individuals who tested positive don't work here anymore for that exact reason.
Cody, our goal is to get a good random drug testing policy. It's not to identify or earmark any certain person or people. We just want a good policy in place that benefits all of us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You ready? I'm using the consolidated one.
So we wanted to follow back up on the wage discussion, and I think both sides, at least as I understand it, have sort of used comps to put their numbers together in the proposals. I know that y'all came down, I think, 0.75% from your original proposal. The city's proposal remains where it is on the wages, and I want to kind of go through this to talk about the comparable cities and why we believe that the city's proposal is in line and actually puts Beaumont ahead of other similarly situated cities. And I do want to talk a little bit about the comps that y'all had sent to us initially, I think in that first meeting or two. There's no indication on this chart of which cities are kind of been proposed as a comp by which side, so I'll just talk about it as we go through. But Temple is one that the city is proposing, similar in size. Also, another data point that we used, as I mentioned, was distance from another major urban area and median household income. According to the U.S. Census, the median household income in the city of Beaumont is $53,745. That's a little bit dated, but we use the U.S. Census for all of our data points. So keeping that in mind, that's sort of where we're at here at the 53,000. Temple's median income is 61,000 and change, so they're a good comp to the city of Beaumont based on population, geographic location, and median income. Sugarland, which is the next on the list, that's a comp that was proposed by the union. Obviously, they have a much higher starting wage there for their firefighters, but one, they're a suburb of Houston, so geographically they're not situated similarly to Beaumont. To their median household income is $132,247. So they're almost triple the median of the city of Beaumont, and they're just not a comparable city and shouldn't really be looked at to see where the wages here should be appropriately set. Tyler is one that the city is proposing, and again, it's based on population and geography. The median household income there is 63,000 and change, so closer to the 53,000 in Beaumont, even though it's still a little bit higher. And then you can see there what the firefighter salary is. Abilene is another one that the city has proposed. 59,254 is their median household income, so they're closer to Beaumont than some of the comps that the association has proposed, which the next one, Round Rock, you can see their salary there, starting salary for firefighters, but their median household income is $91,888. So again, they're much, much higher, almost twice as high as in Beaumont, and they're a suburb of Austin. Waco is one of our other comparable cities based on same things I've been talking about. Their median household is 47,421. They're the only city that we identified that has a similar population with a lower median income. And so we think they are closer and an appropriate comp to use, and so is Edinburgh. They're almost exactly the same median household income as Beaumont at 54,000 and change. So we think that's a good reference point to use when we're talking about compensation and what's competitive. I don't think, we don't have all the rest of your comps, it looks like, on this list, but you guys, in the list that you had sent, you included the city of Allen, which is a suburb of Dallas. Their median household's 121,000, so more than double Beaumont. Carrollton was one that you proposed using, another Dallas suburb, $95,000 median household income. Cedar Park was one that y'all proposed using. Again, they're a Dallas suburb and their median household income is 118,000. Y'all proposed Conroe and Denton, both pretty close to other major cities, Houston and Dallas, and their median household income in both of those cities is just over 71,000. And you proposed Louisville and Mesquite, which are also Dallas suburbs, and their median household is 82,000 in Louisville and 69,000 in the city of Mesquite. So of all of the comps that y'all sent us for other cities, the only one that's really even in the ballpark in terms of the median household income as a data point would be Baytown and Mesquite. None of the others are really close. And those are driving up considerably what the average would look like. In other words, if we took the cities that you proposed, the average starting pay for firefighters would be much, much higher than if appropriate comps based on information like their geographic location to a major city and their median income are considered. So taking the average of the cities that we've proposed, which are Temple, Wichita Falls, Edinburgh, Tyler, Abilene, and Waco, the average in those cities is for starting firefighter pay is about, I think, 55,000. And we've got, can you go back to where Beaumont is?
I don't think it was on this list.
And Beaumont's starting is 65,000. So if you're looking at, I know you said you can't really do apples to apples, and I agree with that. There's a lot of things that go into it, and I'm not saying this is the end all be all, but I think using cities that are comparable in terms of their location to other big cities, because the cost of living there is going to be a lot higher, especially the Dallas suburbs, and then taking into account the median, you can get a good idea of what is competitive for those markets. And I think that's what the city looked at when we put together our package, which would still put Beaumont almost $10,000 or more above the average for similar cities. So the 24% overall raise that the union is proposing, to the extent that's being justified by the use of cities like Allen and Carrollton and Cedar Park, which are all just outside of Dallas and have a more than double median income of the city of Beaumont, those really aren't comparable and they don't reflect this market and what's going to be competitive in this market. So all that to say, in terms of the wage chart, our proposal remains where it was. We think that's fair. It's competitive. It is in line with actually it's more than what the market reflects for a city of this size with this distance from a big city like Houston or Dallas. and with the median household income factored in. So we're happy to talk about the comps and see, you know, if there's one outlier that you want to talk about. But I think in terms of justifying the percentage rate that we have proposed and that makes sense for the city to be able to fund and still keeps the Beaumont Fire Department competitive with other similar cities that are going to be in its market, we think that that proposal is right on where it should be. The other thing I wanted to ask, it was a across the board raise during the last contract of 12%. And the ask this time is basically double. And I'm wondering what it is that justifies doubling the raise increase on the association side from the last contract.
I think we've discussed that a lot already. Some of the justification there being with the comparable cities table that we gave you, we can agree, disagree on comps. You could argue comparable cities all day. But ultimately, since our last contract was negotiated, we've seen a huge increase in inflation. We've seen a very dramatic change within our department, and we've seen a dramatic decrease in the number of people that are working here, staying here, and coming to us. So all those things considered, you know, some of those things factor in outside of what we can gain from looking at just comparable cities and comparable numbers. But to clarify, so you're staying with what you offered, is that 16% minus the 2 for the pension, or are we sticking at 16% and doing away with the pension contribution?
So
Well,
just to go back
it's
to
actually 16% and doing away with the pension. So it's actually, we're offering 12.5% over the lifetime of the agreement. Check my math. By giving 2% to the employees and taking it away from the pension. So
Right. So instead of 14% plus 2 to the pension, it's now 16%. So am I understanding that right?
yes,
Okay.
If you have specifics about retention or, I mean, data to support what it is you're contending the inflation percentage has been that's affected the fire department. I mean, that inflation, of course, is just, it's a factor that affects everybody. The
Right.
overall, you know, city employees have to adjust to that as well. They're certainly not seeing anything close to this type of raise on the other civil service side of the city. They also have to grapple with those same external factors. And I should have added that 16% is what the police agreed to in their last contract. And so that's sort of a factor that's unique to the city of Beaumont. And we think that makes sense to keep the departments in line at this time with the 16%. But if you have some specific data that you want to talk about in terms of retention, inflation, numbers, other than just there's been inflation and people are unhappy or whatever it is, and I think we should have that discussion, but it's hard to, we're looking at data that makes sense for the city and that keeps the city competitive so that it can attract and recruit the best firefighters possible and then keep them here once they're here. And we feel like this proposal does that in keeping with the other limitations that the city has.
Right. I think we felt the same way about our proposal. So I think we'll probably need to talk about this at our next break. But you made the comment about inflation affects everybody, including other city employees. We don't bargain for the other city employees. We don't bargain for the police. We would probably argue that they need more of an increase too. but we're not their representatives. So we're only here to talk about who we can bargain for. And based on what we've given you, that's what we're doing. That's what our goal is to get the best pay and benefits package that we can, especially considering the fact that we're not getting enough applicants coming to Beaumont as it is. And the city now is not wanting to change the hiring process. And that's fine. That's your decision to make. But we're going to have to find some sort of a good middle ground on the wage increases to be able to make up for the fact that we're not getting enough people already. So
Well, and I'm going to push back on you a little bit there with on the staffing, the people coming in. Are you, because it's my understanding that some of these 12 of the 19 vacancies are relatively new. I mean, like,
they came in April, yes.
okay,
Council.
so I don't think that saying you're not 100% staffed because we're 19 short, but 12 of them are from the last 6 months is fairly represents the recruitment situation here. As the city manager said earlier, most departments do not run at 100% staffing. And if you've got some to talk about where you think they're doing something different or they're getting a 24% raise over 4 years, and as a result, they have 100% staffing, I'd love to see where that's at and where that's happening. I don't think that's the case. And so, again, with the raises the city has proposed, that still puts the city of Beaumont more than competitive in its market. And I don't think the justification that you're running at 19 vacancies when 12 of those come from the last 6 months makes a fair suggestion about the need for 24% across the board raises. But if you've got data, let's talk about it.
Okay.
Do we need to take a break now or?
A break can be in order for your agreeable. Okay, we'll take let's come back at 2:45. Or do you need the caucus? 3 o'clock? Okay, see you at 3. Okay, we're back on the record, ready to go. Is there any certain point y'all want to start with?
Yes, sir. On the education pay. I want to bring that up. Right. So on that, I think we're good to keep it at the $500 one-time incentive payment. We would propose to strike the last part of the last sentence. Employees shall be paid for the highest degree only, period. It just separates out education and certification pay.
For my benefit, this is existing,
Yes, sir.
okay. Is there a reason why, because of the change or what?
Well, doing away with that part of that sentence would provide education pay and certification pay. It just separates them out. It takes away the either or clause. And makes both of them
Okay,
a valid goal to attain.
we'll get back to you on that one. We'll have to discuss it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. With that, I think we're going to take just a little bit more time on the wages and get started right on that in the morning whenever we come back. I think we have several other articles that are open that we may be able to discuss and maybe get those out of the way before we break for the day. One of those being the definitions, and I'll let Jeff talk on those, if that's okay with y'all.
Yeah, it's fine. Matter of fact, we have a couple of things on definitions, if that's okay too.
So we went back and just looked at what, and let me pull those up, what that would look like. What we felt like necessarily needed to be in. And so what we're looking at for sure is bargaining unit, benefit, budget, business days, calendar days, communication personnel, day personnel, fire suppression, grievance. We've already agreed on management rights, overtime pay, probationary firefighter, shift, union business, and work cycle. Specifically, like the work cycle one and some of the other ones are necessity for when we have to calculate things. If you want Kelly to provide additional explanation, we could do that. But those are the ones we identified that were mentioned in the contract and potentially will require a definition.
Okay. I couldn't totally keep up. You read through those so fast, but what I'll do is I'll just read off the ones that we're in agreement with right now.
Okay,
And if you want to put
that's
those
cool.
on there.
That works.
Okay. Agreement, we're good. Bargaining agent, we're good. Budget, we're good. Business days. CBA, Chapter 143. Chapter 174. The Civil Service Commission. City. City manager. Day personnel. Department. execution date, effective date, fire chief, FLSA, FMLA, management rights, overtime, parties, probationary firefighter, C shift, shift, and work cycle.
We'd already agreed to union business, so you didn't mention that one. So I'll just tell you that we're pretty much on the same page. The only one that I think that we didn't kind of agree on was communication personnel. And I think that that's necessary if we're going to agree to shift, because it references that definition in there.
We have personnel that work in the communications that are considered communication officers that do not work that shift schedule, so I believe it just causes some confusion.
So do we need to add to that definition? I'm just saying
I
because-
guess if we feel like the definition needs to be in there,
Well, that's-
communications personnel is.
Well, the only reason I'm saying is because if we agree to shift says see communications personnel. So we would either have to amend it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I understand what
So
you're
we'd
saying.
either need to amend it or change the shift definition so that we didn't have a conflicting thing. That's all. That's the only thing I'm saying. It's
Right,
like we
so,
need to-
I mean, do you have a suggestion of how you would
Well, if
want to amend that to incorporate those other personnel that work in there?
just tell me what I need to add.
Let me talk with our
Well,
communications.
just hold on to that extent. The only other ones that we didn't agree on were bargaining unit. We have bargaining agent, but we didn't do bargaining unit. Are you saying that that's not a necessity to have on that one?
I'm not thinking this is a necessity to have. It's pretty
Okay.
clearly defined in the recognition clause.
And then calendar days. Just because we added business days, are you saying no to calendar days?
Right, I don't see the point.
Okay. And so then, to that extent, then we would just need to have a better understanding, a better definition for communications personnel.
Did you say committee chair? Was that on the list? No. So that, okay.
And also, was fire suppression mentioned or no? No. Okay, so then while you're discussing it, we would also need to have a definition for fire suppression for the same reasons we requested a definition for communications personnel, just because it's mentioned in the definition for shift.
Communications personnel and fire suppression, is that the one you need?
Yes, just because it's mentioned in the definition for shift, so we'd either need to modify the definition for shift. But I thought it would be easier to just break those out since there were so many different shifts in the department, to define them separately and to just reference it back. We do reference the word shift in the contract quite a few times, but again, not something we have to do today. If we have these, we can kind of clean it up and y'all can come back with a definition tomorrow or send it tonight. And
We can do that.
Review it. I think that's a good, I
Something
think we
that,
were,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm saying, I think that that's a good start. I think for the most part, we're kind of, I underlined the ones that we didn't agree on, and we can kind of discuss that tomorrow.
Could you,
So I can tell you, we're at, I guess, an impasse on bargaining unit, benefit, calendar days, communications personnel, fire suppression operations personnel, and everything else. I think we kind of in grievance. Everything else we were kind of, and so for fire personnel and communications personnel, those two items are referenced in the definition of shift. So we wanted to kind of get that underway, but we can talk about the other ones that we that we hadn't reached.
Right. You said the other ones, aside from those two, are bargaining unit and benefit, is that what you
So
said?
bargaining unit, benefit, calendar days, and grievance.
Okay. Do you want to discuss the
Sure.
vacation article? Right, that's where we're at. So it looks different for me for some reason. I think it's the same though that I have.
I just downloaded it. It's the exact same document. Just,
Well, let me go to yours.
yeah. Should be the one that I saved that says remaining articles.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
that's fine.
So where it says employees shall take a minimum of 1/2 shift vacation at the beginning or end of their shift, we would propose to change that to 6 hours. If you want to say 1/4 of a shift, however you like that wording is fine. And it can be taken at any point in the shift. That would be our counter to that. So employees shall take a minimum of 1/4 shift or 6 hours of vacation, period. And in addition to that, the change to the vacation approval, we may have talked about this before, and I apologize if we did, but I just don't see the need in that change. I think the language that was there before was sufficient. And we would propose leaving that original language.
So the language that says if manpower permits, an employee may upon his request take 2 vacation days with the approval of the deputy chief.
Right. Right. And that's, the way that that's used is, if we have a situation where we're short one shift and we're into overtime, we typically are not allowed to take a vacation day, even if there is an open spot by policy. So we're limited to 9 members on vacation at any one time. So even if there was only 8 or 7 or even less than that, if the manpower doesn't permit, then the deputy chief could deny that request. As it's proposed to be changed, that would be completely open-ended and could be
So,
decided on based on whatever the deputy chief wants to decide on.
so I'll tell you that the rationale to remove it is that we were looking to, there were different shifts. So everybody's 2 vacation doesn't equate to 1 shift across the board. So can we just say if manpower permits, an employee can request vacation and just take out the where it says 2 vacation days, 1 shift with the approval of the deputy chief? Can just say that it will be just if manpower permits, an employee may request vacation with the approval of the deputy chief, so that you can eliminate that confusion for 2 vacation days, in parentheses, 1 shift. You see what I'm saying? So that was the purpose of removing that language, was that 1 shift wasn't the same for everyone.
Right. Okay, yeah, as long as it doesn't change the
but
current intent of that language.
It would
that's
just
fine.
look like this. And so it'd be the same. We just basically retyped it to remove the 2 vacation days, 1 shift.
I think we're good with that.
Okay. So just so that there's, I guess, some clarification on why we chose to do at the beginning or at the end of the shift, it's because it's hard to fill during the middle of the day to get someone to come in. So it's easier to kind of plan for at the beginning or at the end of the shift. This wouldn't stop someone from obviously going home sick or having to deal with an emergency, but it would, I guess, eliminate the need to kind of fill in a very weird block of time. I guess we can have some discussion on the 6-hour minimum as opposed to the 12. I see that that's just kind of cutting that in half, but I would actually there'd be some consideration to the beginning and end of the shift just for ease of scheduling. Keeping
Right. Well, I
keeping in
figured
mind
that
that
was,
those major changes in the middle of the day do kind of impact upgrades and situations, and it's just easier to plan if you know how that's going to work.
right, well, if you're, okay, we'll consider
So
that.
yeah, I just want you to understand, like, that was a concern, is that, if you're going to have to be filling in the middle of the day, it's easier to kind of fill at the beginning or end of the shift when you're making those decisions. Also, if we're essentially changing how we're going to be, doing upgrades, having somebody come in that middle and then leave that were plugged in to come in could potentially create havoc in how that promotional situation works out if they're going to start at the 6 hours at the beginning as opposed to the middle or the end.
So the one thing I would say to that, though, is that especially right now, we're into overtime every shift. So the only way that you would take any amount of vacation would be as if it was approved ahead of the shift. So anybody that's taken any vacation at any point during the shift, that would be known ahead of time. So
Correct.
it wouldn't be like I get to work, hey, chief, I need 6 hours of vacation this afternoon. It's not going to happen.
Oh, no,
So
no, that's not what I was saying.
those scheduling, changes can be worked out and thought through ahead of time. So, I mean, we're just trying not to limit our members' ability to take time off whenever they need to take time off.
Understood.
Further explanation, the majority of the time that our members are using that in these 3-hour or 6-hour blocks is so that they can attend one of their kids' football games or baseball games. It's their vacation, they get to plan ahead, and that way they can spend more time with their family in those areas. So that's the reason that our members see it as so much of a benefit.
Understood. And I think there is, I guess, some compromise on the minimum number of hours, but I think that beginning or middle of the shift should be kind of considered just for being able to call people in to fill that time. Were there any other changes in this particular block?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so.
Okay.
You okay with moving to hours and overtime?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, give me just a second. I'm trying to find it. There we go. So if I remember right, I think that our hangup on this one was the number 2 under section B. I'm sorry, section 2B, number 2. The fire chief or his designee shall have the final authority over the assignment schedule, and we talked about the need for a policy that drives that. Again, not trying to bring up policy. I think we're okay with that language being there, and we can concede on that. I would say that once we come to an agreement on the committee's article, it would be a good show of the commitment to making sure that that is done right. If we can all agree in here that that would be the first policy that that committee approaches or accomplishes, so that we know that that is taken care of sooner than later.
So not a member of the committee, I'm assuming one of you will be. So I think
Right.
that that's something that you could definitely lead the charge on.
Maybe a commitment from the fire chief, since he's the one that wants these committees, right?
Well, I thought it was a joint effort for the committee. I think that it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Mr. Neeson who proposed it originally in one of the meetings, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if
Yeah,
I'm
and
wrong.
that's what I guess we're asking for is a joint commitment right now that that will be what we will discuss in that first meeting.
I'm saying, like, again, I can't commit to that because I'm not on a committee, but I'm saying,
Right.
I'm assuming y'all will be, he's not going to be on a committee either.
I understand, but he's the fire chief's boss.
Yeah, so
he's not
on a committee, so, but I believe that you guys as a committee members can prioritize what you believe is most important to be discussed. I don't think that anybody disagrees that when you get in that committee, prioritizing what you feel like is important to present to the fire chief for approval will be up to you guys to do that. I don't think that that's a problem to say that that's a top priority. I think that there's a couple of them that you need to kind of earmark as top priorities. This one, and maybe even temporary promotions policy, should be earmarked as at the top for consideration.
Okay. So number 1, just a point to bring up on that. So on section 1, allowing any of the firefighters that have worked in that division before that maintain their EMD credentials eligible for overtime in the communications division, maybe just cleaning up that language to specify what the intent there is.
So I think the last time we talked about it, you said that it had to be employees who had previously worked in the department before, but you didn't really give us clear direction on how you wanted it worded. So we can say employees that have previously worked in that department and maintained.
Mm-hmm.
Does that work?
Yes. And I would just bring up that provides the ability for operations or suppression personnel to work in the communications division with the,
Is that sufficient? Or do you want me to say communications division? How do you want it to be worded?
for consistency, communications division probably works.
Okay.
But that's, yeah.
So it'll just be employees who have previously worked in the communications division that maintain their emergency medical dispatch. E&D credentials shall be eligible for overtime assignment in the communications division.
Yeah, I believe that works. The only addition that I would say is that those in the communications division, and I would even suggest outside of that, and, any of our training personnel, prevention personnel, communications division personnel would be allowed to be on the operations division overtime eligibility. So just do it both ways.
So the rationale here is that there were individuals, there was a short staff of individuals in that department. I guess my question would be, what would be the necessity in the other departments since we're already running through, there's a way more available overtime or individuals who can work overtime in operations based on shift that wasn't available to the communications division.
Right, so it's not that they're short-staffed in that division, it's that there's a minimum manpower that has been changed, so it went from 3 to 2. So that's the issue there, and I would say that our operations division is the most truly short-staffed division, and that's the reason that we have such a high amount of overtime. So this just gives the department more personnel to choose to be eligible for overtime in the operations division that has a very large amount of overtime right now.
So it's my understanding that it was upstaffed during COVID and just returned back to their normal staffing once the call volume reduced. The intent behind this one was to, I guess, there was some conversation about originally when we had this conversation that there was a reduction in staffing and there was a need for it. So if you're saying that it's not a necessity, that's not a concern, we can eliminate the language in its entirety. The whole purpose of the language was to allow for there to be additional manpower if needed. But if you're saying that that's not needed.
Well, I think that additional manpower is needed, but not on the way that you're talking about. So we don't disagree with this language. This is already done. So putting it into the contract just seals that continues to be done. If people who have left the communications division that keep up their certifications have always filled in those spots whenever, the personnel that are working in that division, none of them are available. So this language is okay. The minimum staffing isn't necessarily something that we can talk about here. That's not our decision to make. And we wouldn't propose putting that in the contract anyway. All I'm saying is we're good with this. We just think that it would be a good idea to have it the other way too, because you're adding the number of personnel that you have available to be able to work overtime in the operations division as well.
Okay, we'll discuss it.
Okay, thank you. I'll look at it tonight.
Okay. Is there anything?
The committee's article.
Okay. Okay.
If you guys want to wait on this until we're more solid on the random drug testing, since that's part of this, we can, or we can go through
So
the
we can
rest of
talk- I
it
guess
and
we
then
can
wait
talk
on that
about-
piece.
Yeah, we can talk about the ones that don't affect that, keeping in mind that I think we have a better understanding of the random drug screening policy that we need to review. So we can just skip over that part and discuss the other changes.
Okay, that's fun. There we go. So, do you want me to wait until it comes back up? I'm good either way. I know we're,
No, we can just keep pushing because I don't know if that's a sign that we need to wrap it up or not.
yeah, maybe.
You know,
So in section 2D, I believe that language at the very end of that paragraph, I think is the same as in the other committee.
I'm sorry, where were you?
Section 2D, under the Health and Safety Committee.
Okay.
It just speaks to the time spent in committee meetings by the members of the bargaining unit, compensated at the member's regular rate of pay, and the member will be eligible for overtime based on the bargaining unit member's regular schedule. Is that just saying that if they're in the committee meeting on regular time, they're paid regular time?
So that was a change that the union proposed. So your changes are in that orange color. The city's changes are in the blue. So that was something that you proposed that we just typed in so we can see both.
Oh, it's green on my end.
Oh, sorry.
For
So-
some reason,
so
I
yeah,
thought that
so-
the language was different on that.
You know, so that's kind of, that was, we never proposed additional pay. So the additional pay was what the union proposed. So the just so you know, like the blue stuff was the changes we put in, the yellow stuff was the changes you put in. We just consolidated it into one document.
Yeah,
So we can kind of see where the changes were.
yeah, it's all red and green. It went Christmas on us on my end.
Sorry.
So that's why I didn't.
So we didn't really counter to the proposal that, that there be compensation attached to the committees.
Okay,
But that was something that was proposed by the union.
right. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on.
Yeah, and I'd have to look at yours to kind of see what the changes were, but if you look, you can probably see better. I'm sorry, my screen's still not up, but where it says, whatever color where yours says we're members of the bargaining unit, whatever that color is, that will be union language, and then where it says regularly assigned, that would be city language, so that you can kind of identify moving forward who's
Okay, all right,
who.
perfect.
Okay.
On the, I kind of got ahead of myself. So you guys are agreeing to 3 members each.
So, yeah, so on the committees, we thought it should be 3 members each with an assistant chief serving as the chair, or assistant chief or his designee serving as a chair, not as a voting member.
So I think it would just be important to keep it an even committee. We're fine if you want the assistant chief or his designee to be the chair. We would just like to keep it at 3 apiece, or you can make it 4 apiece, but as long as it's even on both sides, so that the spirit of the committee doesn't change.
So when you say even, because I thought 3 each would be even, but the assistant chief
He's a
doesn't count as a 4 because he doesn't vote, or essentially he's just there as a secretary to take the minutes.
He's not going to have any input into any of the discussion.
So if you look at what we propose as a definition for a committee chair, it just says it shall be responsible for keeping minutes and performing administrative duties as necessary, but shall not participate in voting for purposes of referring recommendations to the city manager.
But
We should have said city manager or fire chief, but that's why we propose that individual, I mean, he's there as a resource if somebody wants to ask him a question, but he's not there to dominate the committee.
right. I guess my point is there's no way that the assistant chief of the fire department is going to sit in a committee meeting and not have any input. So the idea is that you have an even number of members that have a discussion over the issues, not to have it lopsided. So that's our position on that, is to just keep the committee even, and we're good.
So I think the idea was not for it to be an unbalanced committee, but there to be at least one person there responsible for maintaining an accurate record.
Well, I mean, for that matter, he has a secretary that could do that. I don't think you want the assistant chief of the department to just sit there as a secretary in a meeting.
The assistant chief is the one who reports directly to the fire chief to communicate what was done. So if there's if there's a misunderstanding in how the minutes or how the meeting went, I think it's important to have at least somebody there who could understand it, as opposed to somebody who's just writing down what they heard.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't agree on that.
Hence, which is why we propose a definition for what the committee chair is responsible for doing. It's not intended for there to be someone in there to influence discussion. It's intended for there to be someone there who understands the conversations that are taking place. And in the event that the chief has questions about the minutes that are presented, there's someone who understands the intent of the conversation to be able to report that back to the chief in an unbiased way. Obviously, if it was a member on the committee that was doing that and they had an opportunity to speak with the chief, that would be unfair to the union representative who wasn't invited to speak to the chief to argue that ambiguity.
Okay, we'll consider that whenever we look at the definitions page.
Okay.
Come back to that. In section 3D of the same article. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were working on getting it up. So, right. So in D, recommendations not accepted by the fire chief shall not be subject to grievances unless they violate a stated benefit defined in this agreement. We are not interested in giving up our right to grieve in any situation.
So, and just to clarify, it wasn't intended to limit. I guess it's the understanding is that if you have a discussion and y'all disagree and can't decide on the best, the committee itself can't decide on the best one to put forth, that the deciding vote shouldn't be to file a grievance on a policy. It's intended for y'all to have to sit there and figure it out amongst yourselves and not to file a grievance on a policy. You guys are going to be drafting policy on the department or recommending policies on the department. I think it's unfair to say if the parties on that committee can't agree that the avenue then would be to file a grievance. The grievance should be used when there's a violation, not when there's a disagreement on how to draft a policy. Because the idea is that you can't, this body would be putting forth the policies that come out to the chief. And so if you made a recommendation to a policy to the chief after this committee had some changes and it was substantially changed or altered to a way that you felt like violated the contract, then you still have a valid grievance, but not if you disagree in the committee.
Okay, I think that's helpful.
Yeah, if the committee itself made a recommendation and the fire chief was like, no, I think this needs more work and sends it back to the committee, that's not grievable. But if the chief accepted, took a policy and, completely altered it, and you felt like it was altered to a way that violated the contract, then that's sufficient. I guess what we're trying to do is not allow for there to be an avenue to grieve when the chief says this policy needs more work or this policy doesn't necessitate or won't help the department. And if we need to reword that in a different way, then I think that that's open for it. But we're not trying to limit your ability to grieve, but we're also not trying to give you additional avenues to file grievances either.
I don't think we're looking for that. Okay, thank you. We'll talk about that and revisit that tomorrow when we
So I think,
revisit the other
yeah, I think if
parts.
we need to reword it, I understand what you're saying, but, and maybe it's not worded clearly here, but if we can reword it to a way that it's clear that the committee is responsible for coming up with policies and not necessarily filing a grievance if y'all can't agree. I think that that's the intent of the language, not necessarily that.
Okay. The pension article, as it's been proposed,
What's that? Sure. The pension article? Yeah. Any issue with just striking the whole article? Instead of adding language and just take the whole thing out?
So I think it would be fine in a next coming contract, but I think that if we're just going to strike this part out, I think we still need the language in the recognition clause so that it's clear that there's not going to be an issue, even though you're saying that that's how it currently is. I think we need to be clear in the recognition clause that it's not going to be a problem with the city seeing benefits, because the pension is a benefit, specifically the pension with the pension board, just because, again, that board has 3 union members on it as well. So I'm fine, if you want to just strike the whole article, that's fine, but I still think that we need to talk about language that's added to the recognition clause.
And the language would be this sentence here?
No, the language would be the parties agree that discussions between the city and the pension board shall not constitute bargaining under this agreement.
Or something like that, right?
Something to that effect.
Okay, we'll discuss that, but
Okay.
you're good with striking it, but adding language to recognition?
So yeah, so we were proposing this language and the language to the recognition clause, but in the interest of, being fair, we're fine to eliminate this, but it still comes with language that needs to be added to the recognition clause.
Okay, we'll discuss that on our end.
And I think we would probably add in that section that it wouldn't be subject to a maintenance of standards challenge, any changes that are made to the contributions for the pension.
Okay, we can discuss that on our end.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't believe so. We had a counter on the seniority and promotions article in the previous meeting. Did y'all have anything additional on that, or do you want to talk about that tomorrow?
So I guess we can talk a little bit about it today. I just don't think that the city's interested in that being the assistant chief being a tested position. The chief felt like that was kind of biting into his ability, management rights, and previous maintenance and standards for his ability to choose who he thought was best for that position. So not really interested in that. I know that there was some concern about it, how that position would be placed. And so he does have, I guess, some opinions on that. And we can discuss that tomorrow if necessary. Is it my understanding, I know that we were kind of at an impasse on entry-level hiring procedures because we felt like we wanted to leave it the same. Is the union now repealing their counter to change that?
I think y'all
We said that,
said no to that.
we did, but that's something, are we good to leave that one the same?
Existing language?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're asking if we can agree to that?
Yes.
Potentially.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll schedule that one for tomorrow.
okay.
And you said no,
Yeah,
mention the tested position portion and.
I'll just go to that, I'll just go up to that position.
Okay, yeah, because there was another thing that we had in there.
Here, okay. So, yeah. So this just doesn't reflect the union's counter, but, yeah, the city's not interested in making it a tested position. And we're still wanting to.
So no to either of the suggestions that we made on that. Is that,
For it to
just
be,
to make sure I'm clear on
for it to
that?
be tested.
And for the trigger point on the personnel? That was the other.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it said it wasn't reflected here. So we briefly discussed this in the sense that the city has already shown our commitment to increasing the staffing of those positions. We believe that the necessity for an assistant chief is immediate, so we didn't want to tie it to a number. We were willing to tie it to some other functions in the department. If the chief wanted to discuss that tomorrow, we can be prepared to do that, but we didn't want to tie it specifically to personnel in the department just because that's been a fluctuation and the city can't control applicants. Obviously, we've shown that we're committed to adding those personnel into the department, but can't really determine when they're filled.
Okay, we can just revisit it tomorrow. That
Okay.
sounds good.
Is there anything else? Okay, great stopping point.
So before we recap, I want to just make sure that we're good. Tomorrow, we'll be talking about, I guess, the chief's plan for the assistant chief and how he intends to fill that. We'll also have some, I guess, a counter or some further discussion on vacation and holidays, specifically reducing the half shift minimum down to 6 hour and being allowed to take it. And I guess the union is going to consider whether or not the city's proposal to do that at the beginning or the end of the shift. We're removing or considering removing the entire provision as it relates to pension, with language being added to the recognition clause. We've added or created a new article entitled additional pay, and the union is going to be looking to the wording for those sections that were proposed. Hours and overtime, the city was asked to look at some language there. And then we added language in the temporary promotions policy. And so we're just waiting to see if the union agrees with the language that was added. Follow up on the entry and hiring procedure to leave the wording as is. And then we're continuing the discussion on wages. And I think that we're also looking for definitions for communications personnel and fire suppression.
When you mentioned education pay, you guys have our counter on that. You know, they're going to consider that and revisit it tomorrow. Is that right?
Just so I'm clear, I wrote down that it was to remove the wording, so for employees to receive both education and incentive pay.
Yes, ma'am.
And it'd be education and, I think, incentive. It was, and the thing is education and certification pay. Correct? Okay. Back to you.
Anything else? Okay, thanks for your input today. It's good to have the meeting, and we are due to reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to continue. Thank you.